matches in the West Indies regional tournament. And of course, 4 matches were being played in this round. 2 already completed. And the one Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana in progress. And right here at Warner Park, we have a match in progress. And Leewards not in a very good position, Carlisle, and perhaps with this game so far advanced, the possibilities of 3 results in this game, Carlisle. And I say 3, meaning that the Barbados team could win, and of course the Leeward Islands could win, and there could also be a tie. Having said that, you might tell me there's a 4th possibility, a draw, but the weather looks good, so we do not anticipate a draw here today. So
good afternoon, Earl. And yes, if you look at the math that we've seen so far, day 1, so the fewest number of wickets to fall, that's 5. On day 2, there were 10 wickets that fell. And yesterday on day 3, a dramatic 3rd day, 13 wickets falling in that day's play. And the Leewards find themselves going into bat a second time with a handy lead, 129. And that has now turned out to be 78 for the loss of 8. 76 for the loss of 8, I beg your pardon. So the season has been long, started on January 29th, but you have to take account of the fact that there were some breaks in between as well. So we are on the final day of the 4-day season.
and it's the successful bowler Simmons who is worked square of the wicket. Just a single there to Thomas, so he opens his account. And he and Waltz saw them through to the close yesterday. Waltz, of course, the concussion sub for Gemma Hamilton. So Waltz opting just to take the single there, Carl, and not looking for a second run. So perhaps thinking in terms of shielding Thomas and trying to get as much runs as possible for the Leewards, trying to extend the lead. Quietly pushed up to extra cover to Brathwaite, and there's no run. But certainly you could say that advantage at this point, Barbados.
Definitely came out bowling the second time around at the Leewards and showed good commitment, good purpose, and helped by some indifferent batting by the Leewards.
So Leewards, lots of work to be done to get out of this one. Single taken down to long on. And Walsh, of course, would not have thought that he would have been batting in this game, but the rules nowadays allowing for such situations. In IPL, Carlisle, we have this impact sub instituted. That's, of course, not international. Nicely played by Thomas, and he's defended well, O'Shane Thomas. And we were saying yesterday that it was just a matter of time, but it has taken much longer than we might have anticipated for him to be dismissed. They'll play it again. Gets the full face of the bat to that one and gets it up to wide-ish mid-off. Fielders retreating. Back on the boundary, square leg. Barbican going back onto the square leg boundary. There's a long leg in place. Backward point on the boundary, long off. Bowled is Thomas. And delivery which was right up in the block hole. And he played all over it. And the stumps was knocked back. His center stump, yorked there by the young man Simmons. And I think that's his sixth wicket as we look at it again. Well, it was not as full as I thought. Thomas simply played down the wrong line and the center stump was struck.
Just a matter of time. I mean, he had been defending those deliveries previously. Maybe after having felt some deliveries on his bat, he fancied himself as a batsman. And the first one that he tried to play an aggressive shot to, it went through the defense and cannoned into the stumps. And so Leewards 78 for the loss of 9, and the lead is now 207.
So 207. And of course, just one over in the day's play so far. And Barbados have picked up the ninth wicket. And just Spencer left. Certainly a poor ending to the season for the Leeward Islands, because even if they go on to win this one, Carlisle, which I don't expect them to do, finding themselves in such a situation, 78 from 9, looking to be dismissed for less than 100 runs, not a very good way to end the season.
Don't know why you don't have faith in the Leewards bowling. It's Barbados have had their fair share of collapses during the season as well, so I wouldn't encourage you to entirely rule out the Leewards.
Well, no, I was just speaking about this innings, the 78 for 9. Remember I told you that there were 3 results, possibly 4.
Yeah, but you just said you don't expect them to go on to win. So you are not putting the two pieces together.
Well, I don't expect is not saying that they might not win. There's a possibility. It's just an expectation as opposed to reality.
I'll tell you to leave that alone, because you're not going to win that argument with me.
Very hard man to convince, Carlisle.
Simmons has picked up 6.
It's McAllister who is in the attack. This one is played down to third man, and Walsh does not take the single. Last man at the crease. The question is the approach of Walsh at this point. He has not batted very well this season. He would have picked up 1 or 2 good scores. He's on 2. He has faced some 29 deliveries. I think what Leewards needs here at this point runs. Lots of time left in the game as this one is defended into the offside. Not a possibility of a single, but Walsh refused to take it.
And maybe he has good grounds too, because I've seen Spencer bat twice. He has been out for a grand total of 0. He has faced a total of 2 deliveries in total for the 2 times that I've seen him bat. So Walsh is probably telling himself, listen, it makes no sense to give Spencer any of the strike at all. So he's probably going to try to take a single off the last ball of the over, you know, because I don't know, Spencer might surprise him. He might surprise us. But the twice that I've seen him bat, he has looked completely hopeless with the bat.
Forward shot leg being put in place outside the off stump, and Walsh does not play a shot. He was most probably would be happy to get another 40, 50 runs here, but where is it going to come from? Fielders have been called in now to cut off that single. So just the fine leg back on the boundary. In fact, not right on the boundaries, some meters in. And he was driving, and it goes for 4. So a good shot through mid-off and down to the long off boundary, 4 runs. In fact, it was to the left of mid-off, who never had a chance. So 1 delivery left in the over. Quite interestingly, you see some fielders retreating. Square leg is going back, and which suggests to me that this might be a bouncer to try and keep Walsh down that end. Short lifting, just over the top of off and through to the keeper. Really an effort ball, but the slowness of the track coming through with that delivery.
It did what it was supposed to do in that it was a dot ball, and they wanted to keep Spencer on strike. So that last ball of the over certainly managed to do what Barbados wanted.
So we look at a Norwegian ship in the harbour, the only ship in the harbour today. It's a big one, Carlisle, from the Norwegian cruise line, I think. Today, of course, being Saturday. And they come to St. Kitts every day. I think on Wednesday we did not see any in the harbour, but generally throughout the week, from Sunday, cruise ships are docking in the harbour. So Spencer is on strike, and for Spencer the 5th slips a gully. There's a very short extra cover mid-off, and Simmons is on his way. Oh, he plays that and misses outside the off stump.
I want Spencer to surprise me. Already he has done himself some good service in that he has faced more than 1 delivery. 1 has gone past, and so he is going to face his second delivery. Which is equal to the number of deliveries he faced the first 2 times that he batted.
Well, Walsh is hoping that he'll surprise how he played that one, Carlisle, long after it had gone past his bat.
I want him to surprise me. I want him to get off the mark.
Well, gets back to this one, gets it into the gully region. Walsh is looking for a single. It's not on. It went straight to Warwican, who's at gully. And Walsh a bit nervous at the far end. Spencer is batting, of course. Reason to be nervous. Walsh is hoping that he gets one into the gap and gets a single. Simmons is bowling around the wicket to him. Oh, this is a good shot, but it does not go past Ford there at short cover. Wonderful shot, Carlisle, for Spencer.
Some encouragement.
It just might surprise you. I think Simmons is looking to angle it back into Spencer. Attacking the stumps, bowling in full over length. Looking for timber. Oh, he's taking on the pad. Might have gotten back onto that, perhaps going down leg. Just a stifled appeal from the players. Yes, going down leg, angle down leg. So he's surrounded by fielders. No one in the deep. Except, well, of course, long leg back on the boundary. Drives. And drives well. 4 runs. My word, that's a wonderful shot there by Spencer. And Carlisle, if you were not surprised before, I'm sure you're surprised now.
Pleasantly surprised. And I tell you something, I'm rooting for him to get into double figures. Because I want Spencer to be able to say sometime in the future that he made 2nd or 3rd top score for the Leewards. So if he gets into double figures, he will be able to say that.
Yeah, most definitely. That was a good shot, though. And he has forced cover to go back. Ford has gone back at cover.
It's because it's the last ball of the over, and I'm sure that they would want him to take a single and get on strike for the next over.
Well, that is true. Simmons. Oh, he is defending. Could have gotten a single, but he has done his job, Carlisle. So he would have survived the whole over and struck a wonderful boundary.
86 for 9, the Leewards. Again, today we don't have proper service of the large electronic scoreboard across on the western side of the ground. Every now and again we have an issue with the brightness.
Six for 9, and McAllister will continue. He's yet to pick up a wicket. Short lifting and pushed into the offside by Hayden Walsh Jr. Does not take the single. Alistair is in his 7th over, and in fact his 9th over, and he has conceded some 22 runs without taking a wicket. This one is played to Ford at extra cover. There's no run. Brathwaite, sorry. Ford, in fact, is at deep mid-off. In fact, more in a long-off position. This one is down the onside, flicked into the onside. They're going for the first one quickly, and Walsh is back. The return is not a good one. He should have made it home. As the appeal goes up, it's not a confident one, but good run in there by Walsh.
Oh yeah, he was determined to get back for the 2nd run. And once the call went up and Spencer realized that Walsh was not going to stop his running through to get back home, he set off to the non-strikers and they made it quite easily.
Oh, I'd like to have a look at that again. It seemed to have been a bit closer than we might have thought.
I think you'll probably see that the keeper missed the stumps on the first attempt. No, you didn't see it on that.
But we're back with the action though. And Walsh is driving on the ball powerfully down the onside. And as the no ball is signaled, and we'll wait for the umpire signal. They seem to have been stopped down there on the long on boundary. The field, of course, out of our view. But just the single. Carlisle?
Yeah, you're looking at that run out.
That was out, Carlisle.
Yeah, we have the benefit of the replay.
That was
and
out.
We looked at it 2 or 3 times.
Yeah. And that was my first reaction.
Hmm.
That was my first reaction. That looked out to
Looked
me.
out to me.
Yeah, when I saw it on the replay. Even looking at it live, it looked a bit close to me, closer than we might have thought. But the Barbados players thought that the batsman had gotten in because there was no real, loud appeal from the players. And even when the umpire said not out,
You just need one person to ask, how is that? It doesn't have to be loud. The rules don't tell you that you have
I
to
know,
be
but
vociferous.
what I'm suggesting, though, Carlisle, is that based on the intensity or the lack of intensity of the appeal, probably the Barbados players felt that the batsman had made it home.
Don't know about that. You just need one person to ask, how is that?
I'm fully aware of that, Carlisle. I'm fully aware of that. But more times than not, we have seen players really showing the satisfaction with decisions given by umpires. This one, an attempted pull, it goes through to the keeper. And I was looking at one of those CPL matches this morning, Carlisle, and Butler, I think the batsman was Miller, broke the stumps, and looking at it live, seems as though the batsman, in fact the batsman was out by a long way, and it seemed as though the keeper had broken the stumps. But on replay, it showed that the ball had actually, when Butler swung back to break the stumps, the ball had actually left his glove. He would have opened his hand and the ball was released from his hand, and he is one going down towards third man. It was short, lifting. In fact, Walsh should have gotten a bat to that, and the ball ran away for four. Over the keeper said, short lifting delivery.
Deliberately played.
Deliberately played, yes, and 4 runs.
Yeah, the uppercut over the keeper's head. That's one of those modern shots.
Useful runs, of course. As we look at a few spectators in early. And I was saying, Carlisle, the replay showed, and of course they have the benefit of the review system. They showed that, yes, Butler had broken the stumps. The batsman was a long way out, but the ball had left his hand before the stumps were broken. And DRS proving to be very useful at that point. But we do not have the benefit of that here. And the umpires, they just have this split second in which to make a decision. Not an easy job by any means, but we're seeing Warwick for the first time today.
Hayden Walsh has moved on to 12, which in this game, second inning by the Leewards, is his second highest score.
So there we look at it again. Yes, out, out, out. Long way out.
Run up somebody.
Well, some luck there for the Leeward Islands. Turned in the air, pass forward, short leg. And Drakes, Jonathan Drakes. He's at forward short. The ball went past him to his left. But here is Spencer calmly stretching forward, dropping it in front of him. Drakes has moved a bit to his left now. But Carlisle Spencer is looking good. He's defending well. Tempting delivery there by Warwick, giving it a bit more loop. And looking to lure the number 11 batsman into a big shot.
Yes.
Slowed up again. This time outside the off stump. This time Spencer does not have to play. But so far so good. Spencer is looking good. He's defending well. And now the helmet goes out. Perhaps Silly point might be put in place now. In fact, Drakes goes over to silly point. And Mosley will go to forward short leg. So more pressure being applied here by the Barbados team. Tossed up. And Spencer is defending. So well played by the young man, Spencer. Playing out a maiden over there.
Yeah, he has shown a different side to his game. The first couple of times I saw him bat, he didn't seem to have any intentions at all of staying out there beyond the one ball he got on each of those two occasions. This time around, he's showing some restraint, which was not shown by the batsmen who came ahead of him for the most part. And for him and Hayden Walsh Jr., they have taken the score from 78 now to 93. So that is a bit of a useful partnership. If they can multiply that by 3, their teammates would be cheering them all the way.
Leewards currently lead by 222 runs. And every run for the Leewards useful.
Hayden Walsh played that bit of a ramp shot, and third man has now gone in.
Don't think he would have been able to save that one, though. It was
No.
played right over the keeper's head. Well placed. Short. And Hayden Walsh keeps it down, just jumps into the shot and tucks it into the onside.
Nine wickets are down, and it seems to me as if Brathwaite and Barbados are content to wait and see if these two batsmen will make a mistake. You just have the one catcher in slip, and then there is a fielder. The only fielder saving one is that fielder at extra cover. Other than that, you have a lot of boundary riders.
And sometimes I wonder, Carlisle, you know, we see teams just thinking in terms of getting out one batsman, whereas probably if they would have applied pressure, they could get out the more senior, the better of the two batsmen.
Mm-hmm. They seem content and giving the single to Hayden Walsh, as there are 7 fielders on the boundary.
They can get him out too. So, and here is it played into the onside. They're thinking of 2. They're going back, and
There's a
pressure
misfield.
applied.
Yeah.
And the fielder misfields. So pressure being put on the fielder, Carlisle, and in the end they got the 2 runs.
Yeah, but if he had picked up that cleanly and had a good throw back, they would have had an excellent chance of the run out, because I think that Hayden Walsh played it a little harder than he thought that he did. And so the fielder was aggressive in running, reached it quickly, but just couldn't pick it up.
Yes, I for one moment I thought that Hayden Walsh was in danger of being run out had the fielder, as you rightly said, picked that one up cleanly. But I guess the added pressure on the fielder, he fumbled, and in the end Hayden Walsh was home safely. Short lifting. And this is what I've been saying in the match. You know, there are gaps where batsmen could just place the ball into the gaps and pick up 2. Of course, that shot, as you rightly said, it was played a little more firmly than Hayden Walsh would have thought. And now we see the fielders getting in position to block that single. Long leg is back on the boundary, and square leg also back on the boundary. Shot, attempted to pull, the keeper misses it, it goes away. And in fact, he would have gotten a touch to that one. 4 more to Walsh.
Runs again.
So useful runs here for the Leewards. So one delivery left in this over. 99 for 9. And this one went away from 100 runs, the Leewards. Hayden Walsh has gone to 18. Spencer 4. Short, he's attempting to cut, misses, goes through to the keeper. And the end of the over. And perhaps it's a good time, Carlisle, after some words from you. Of course, we'll have Gary Pemberton coming in at the end of this over. In fact, the over is completed, so I hand make way for Gary Pemberton.
Hayden Walsh is on a useful 18 runs, and I say useful because he came in as the concussion substitute for Jamal Hamilton. And this has been a very low-scoring inning by the Leewards. Only Carty getting into double figures before Hayden Walsh Jr. And Carty scored 37 runs. And so 18 by Hayden Walsh is the second high score in this Leewards inning. Barbados coming back this morning, got the wicket of O'Shane Thomas, who was bowled by Simmons for 2, given Simmons his 6th wicket. That was 78 for 9. Good morning, Gary.
Good afternoon to you.
Good
Carla.
afternoon, Gary.
Good afternoon to listeners. So the Leewards have added some important runs this morning, some 22 runs. And you spoke of the batting capabilities of Spencer, but he has looked good.
Oh, yeah. He has surprised me.
So he's, look at it on the monitor, an appeal for LBW. The Morricane will continue from that far end. Look at the sweep, another appeal. So the Leewards will hope that they can get some more important runs. They're in the lead by 228. So they've added 22 runs for the morning. Morricane is in his second over, bowling from that far end. But Walsh has been able to get some runs, and they will hope that they can continue to bat. But that faster delivery struck on the pad is out. LBW. So the inning for the Leewards has come to an end. They have been all out for 99. A flatter, faster delivery. The batsman's pencil went onto the back foot, was struck, and the dreaded finger of umpire Patrick Gustard went in the air. So the Leewards have been dismissed for 99. So it means that Barbados will have to score 229 to win this game. They have the rest of this day to bat and to try and win. The Leewards would have to pick up 10 wickets if they are to prevent Barbados from winning. So the Leewards inning has come to an end, 99 all out.
Yeah, and I suppose in the days of modern technology, just to waste a little bit of time, if he had a review, he would have used his last review there, you know, just to waste time.
Yes.
But the Leewards, not the greatest of scorecard, one that they will remember for a long time. 99 all out, 229 runs for Barbados to win this game. And in a normal course of things, you would say, okay, all right, Barbados should be able to get here. But just like the Leewards, they have had their own share of collapses during the season. And so Leewards would be looking to come out here and to bowl properly and to see if they can get among the wickets early. If they can, then they would probably present a couple of scares to Barbados. But I don't think we're going to do overtime today, Gary.
No, it doesn't seem so. So we tell you that the Leewards, they have been dismissed for 99. So Barbados will have to score 229 to win. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. So welcome back as the Barbados team is about to start their response or the reply to the 229 that they need to make to win this game. So while the Leewards team was in a huddle on the edge of the boundary, the two Barbados batsmen made their way straight into the middle. So they got through the middle before the Leewards team. So maybe that's an indication that they are ready and willing to chase down this 229 that they need to make to win this game here this afternoon. Carlisle, should be an interesting next couple of hours.
Well, it could be, and that depends on how well Barbados bat, how well the Leewards bowl, and whether or not the Leewards can get among the wickets. Or it could be one of those, very quiet Saturday afternoons where Barbados, if they bat properly and go about their business in a dedicated fashion, they could just look carefully at getting the runs. And there is a lot at stake, Gary, because we have been following the game over in Trinidad and Tobago, and it seems as if Guyana will be holding on to their title. Interestingly, from that game that we have heard, we noticed that there is the issue of ball tampering.
Yes, we heard about that last evening, and that's an interesting development. Now in the test when he had the ball tampering situation with Steve Smith, he would have been banned for a couple of years. We don't know what will be the outcome of this situation in Trinidad, but the Leewards will be bowling the first delivery. Spencer will be bowling to Craig Brathwaite, the first delivery on the stumps. So we tell you that for Barbados, Raymond Simmons had 14 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 27. Combat 8 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 17. And the other wicket taker was Warwican, 3.4 overs, 3 maidens. And he picked up the last wicket, the wicket of Spencer. Spencer would have been out LBW for 4. He faced some 16 deliveries. So he will be bowling from that far end. And Brathwaite will get 2 runs from a short delivery this turn into the onside. So Brathwaite is scoring his first runs for the match. Remember in the first inning he was dismissed for a duck. And this time he's off the mark, he's on 2. And Barbados, they are 2 without loss in the first over of the second inning here at Warner Park. Leewards were dismissed for paltry 99 after they came into the second innings with a lead of 129. And they certainly batted poorly. Some of the batters gave away their innings. So Leeward starting with 2 slips and the gully. Captain Cornwall is on the field. I'm sure he'll be expected to do some bowling. See if he can get some wickets to prevent Barbados from advancing here at Warner Park in this the final afternoon of this day-night encounter here. And tell you that Jamal Hamilton was substituted and Walsh came in as the concussion sub. And the concussion sub, Carlisle, must be like for like. We are told that Hayden Walsh Jr., even though he can bowl, he's a bowler, all-rounder in his own right, he would not be able to bowl in this inning. So the Leewards would not be able to depend on Walsh's ability as a bowler. They'll have to.
I have an issue with that, Gary. You said like for like, but haven't we seen wicket keepers take off the pads and bowl? There is nothing in the rule that says that a wicketkeeper cannot bowl. So you tell me like for like? What if Hamilton were needed and he had given the gloves to Andrew and bowled a few? I've seen him bowl before. So well, what is like for like?
He was selected originally in the team as a wicketkeeper batsman, so maybe that is what they are.
Yeah, but I've seen people who have been selected as wicketkeeper batsmen bowl.
Yes, but that is not his predominant role in the team. I think that's what they're probably looking at. So Brathwaite will pick up another 2 runs for or just a single as the fielder was quickly around. That's Kerry McGraw and prevented what could have been a second run. So first over has come to an end, and Barbados, they are 3 without loss after 1.
And good start by Barbados. They know what their target is. And when you look at the game being played at the top of the table in Trinidad and Tobago, we remind you that Trinidad and Tobago, when they batted first, made 240, to which Guyana responded with 463. And so a substantial lead in that case. And now Trinidad and Tobago batting a second time around, 286 for 4. And we're into the post-lunch session. Remember, that is a game that started at 10 o'clock. It's now at 1:46. They would be looking to go to tea pretty soon. But whereas the chances of Trinidad and Tobago winning are diminishing, there are some personal milestones which players are aiming at. Jason Mohammed is on 85. Joshua De Silva is on 57.
So I'm sure that De Silva would like to bring up another century in the last inning of this competition. So Thomas bowling from the media center end, a body line delivery, and they'll get a single. So Thomas would have to hold that off stump line if you're going to restrict the Barbados team. They cannot be bowling on the leg stump. And the first delivery was trained on the onside, and single to Barbados. So the total moves on to 4. So Shane Mosley, or that's Brathwaite, would have gotten the single. So he's on 4. And Mosley will be facing up to O'Shane Thomas. There are 2 slips on the gully. There's a point on the boundary. There's a cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. On the onside, we have a fielder down at long leg and a mid-on. So we have 7 fielders on the off and 2 on the on. So Thomas will have to bowl that off-stump line. Well, he has been strained on the onside for the right-hander. And if you can keep that line, it will be a good line for the left-handed Shane Mosley. So Mosley as well would want to get amongst the runs. In the first inning, he only got 6. And he was caught brilliantly by Jamal Hamilton for 6 off the bowling of Thomas. So Leeward really had a poor outing in the second turn at the crease. And they lost wickets quite quickly, quite regularly. Shane Mosley. Not Shane Mosley. Simmons would have gotten 7 wickets. That should be a wide. It was a very wide outside the off stump. Well, from my vantage point, it seemed to have pitched outside of that white line. Carla, maybe your eyes are better than mine, but no signal coming from umpire, or probably just on the line. So good decision by Jacqueline Williams. So the total remains on 4 without loss.
The umpiring in this game has been good, Gary.
Has been spot on. So Thomas will continue from the media center end. So Barbados still need 225 to win. And I'm sure that Captain Cornwall will want to be ringing the changes. If a bowler is bowling a few overs and not getting any wickets, I'm sure he want to try and change up the bowling as often as possible to see if he can get some wickets.
Well, he himself will probably have to bowl quite a few. Of the fast bowlers, Spencer, when he's on, has looked good. O'Shane Thomas has been up and down the place. And Graves has been very consistent.
2 slips on the gully. The left-handed Shane Mosley faces up to Thomas. So Thomas, when he gets it right, he can be a handful, but most times he's a bit too wayward. But he would have gotten 2 wickets in the Barbados first innings. At 12 overs, 2 for 86, even though it was a bit expensive. He got 2 wickets. got Shane Mosley and Jonathan Jakes. So it was actually Jonathan Jakes who was caught brilliantly off the bowling of Thomas. So a good short delivery outside the off stump, making some height. And the batsman might have just dropped the bat at the last minute, taken behind by the keeper. Over is completed. And just the 1 run coming from the over 4 without loss of Barbados.
So some concerns for the Leewards looking forward to the next season, and they're going to have to make some decisions as it relates to preparation of the team, a competition so that you can select the team, because it's not just enough to say, okay, there is a franchise, and so the people in the franchise are given first, second and third choices. Need to have a competition so that people who, maybe some persons who you don't know about, don't have on the radar, could put their hands up and say, listen, here am I making runs, here am I taking wickets, I need to be given a look in as well. Because we haven't had a competition for too long.
So Craig Brathwaite will get a boundary as Henry coming across from backward point. Couldn't stop it. It was outside the off stump. He just guided it to the right of the fielder in the gully and down towards the vacant third man area for 4. Henry had some running to do to his left from backward point. Couldn't get to it. So 4 to Brathwaite, and the total has gone on to 8. So just the 1 slip in the second over of Spencer. We would have started with 2, but a slip and a gully. So Spencer will try once more from that far end, too wide outside the off stump, and the experienced Craig Brathwaite is not going to be tempted. So he's on 8 from 8. Shane Mosley is yet to score. He's faced on 5 deliveries. Barbados have to score 229 to win. And Leewards would want to pick up wickets. They'll have to take the chances when they come, if they come. But Barbados certainly, you would say, they are in the driving seat. And Spencer would want to change that as he comes up from that far end. That's a wonderful delivery, touchdown just on about the off stump, but squared up the experienced Brathwaite somewhat. He was coming forward, touchdown and seamed the way outside the off stump. So good line, good length delivery, and Brathwaite was beaten outside the off stump. That's where he wanted to be bowling more often. He really was squared up by that delivery. Cornwall stands wider, but is that more like a second slip. And Spencer will continue. And his ball driving, and the keeper moving away to his right, couldn't hold on to it. It seemed as though it would have come from the inner portion of the bat. It was driving, that's Brathwaite. And there was the youngster Joel Andrew diving away to his left, couldn't hold on. And I just mentioned that Leewards would have to take the chances if they had to put pressure on Barbados, and Joel Andrew was unable to hold on to a ball which was going away to his left.
Yeah, and here is where you if you had the experience of Hamilton, for example, because we saw him pull off a stunner in the first inning when Barbados batted. It went to hand, but it just couldn't hold on to it. Good effort by Joel Andrew, but you need those to be taken.
Yes, so Spencer will continue from that far end. So we just mentioned that Leeward will have to take the chances. One came their way, and youngster Joel Andrew couldn't hold on. So for Shane Mosley, there are 2 slips. There's a backward point on the boundary, cover extra cover on the mid-off. So Moses turning delivery to the onside down to Michael Louis. Moses has faced some 6 deliveries. He's not yet off the mark. Brathwaite is on a 9 from 11. I've seen some 5 runs coming from this over from Spencer. He's in his second over. None for 8. In the Barbados first inning, he had 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 68. So this is the last bowling effort for the season. I'm sure he will want to end well. And probably would want to emulate the performance by Raymond Simmons. That's 2 wide outside the off stump. No ball as well has been signaled by umpire Patrick Gustard at the far end. So overstepping the front crease, maybe looking for some extra pace. And overstepping, and the umpire signaling no ball. So he will have to try again. He goes back to the top of the mark at the far end. So Leewards made 99, a top score coming from Casey Carty. He made 37. Then you had concussion sub Walsh making 18. And the man he would have replaced, that was Jamal Hamilton. He was 12 when he had to be substituted out of the game. So the over is completed. Over number 3 in Barbados. They are 10 without losses.
Yeah, and a sniff of a chance there being offered to the Leewards, and that being the batsman Craig Brathwaite. Inside edge, those are never easy to take, but the keeper got his hand to it, just did not manage to hold on to it. And so Barbados are 9, they're 10 without loss. And the target for them is not a big one. 229 they're looking to win. And they have all 10 wickets intact. Time is not a factor. The weather is brilliant. And so they don't have the pressure of time, just a small score to chase.
So Thomas will continue to see if he can get some early wickets for the Leewards. 2 slips and the gully for Brathwaite. There's a cover, there's a point on the boundary, extra cover and the mid-off. And a bad line delivery, and the experienced Brathwaite just clipped it through mid-wicket for 4. Poor delivery and punished by Brathwaite.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough from O'Shane Summers to suggest to me that he's a seasoned professional. You know, as a big professional fast bowler, he's far too erratic and has been down the leg side more often than not. And you can't set a field for bad bowling, really.
Well, the captain has decided to remove one of the fielders from the slip cordon. So he has placed the fielder down on the mid-wicket fence. That's Mikhail Louis. And Durham has gone down towards the back of the square area. So just the 1 slip on the gully. Another delivery on the onside, and the keeper is unable to collect, so you get a run. We'll wait to see if there's any signal from umpire Jacqueline Williams, and no signal coming. So the ball dropping in front of the youngster Anju. Couldn't keep it in front of him, and they were able to get a single. So 1 more to the total. It has gone on to 15. And Shane Mosley, he's not yet off the mark. Brathwaite has scored 14 of the 15 runs. The other one was no ball, and it seemed as though the ball might have struck the youngster quite awkwardly. Now we see the physiotherapist or one of the persons from the Leewards team coming to give some attention to the youngster.
Yeah, he has had to work hard, the physio for the Leewards. He has been out there several times. I think that errant delivery down the leg side probably struck him about the hands, and so he's now getting some attention. I hope that he can continue, because he has already replaced Jamal Hamilton as the keeper, and I don't think Jamal is fit and ready to come back. I've never seen a concussion substituted.
So he has already been substituted out of the game, and he too has a finger injury as well, and he would have sustained it while doing duties behind the stumps. And now we have the youngster Joel Anju. As you look at it on the monitor, so it might have been struck maybe on the thumb. And so he's getting some attention. So there's a little hold up in play. And we tell you Barbados, they're 15 without loss. They dismissed the Leewards for 99, a paltry second inning score by the Leewards. But we have excellent weather here at Warner Park, apart from the first day when it was overcast. You have had excellent weather as we are winding down the 2025 season, Carlisle.
Oh yes, today being the final day of the season in both games, And Gary, interestingly, Barbados started this game in position number 3 and now have a distinct possibility of finishing in position number 2. They win this game outright, they move themselves from position 3 to position 2 and into the money.
Of course. So the second place will get 100,000 US. The winner will get 250,000. And Barbados, well, the Leewards allowed Barbados to be in this position because they batted poorly in the second innings. And so Barbados wants to win here. And the game in Trinidad continue to go the way it is going. The Guyana way. The Barbados team will come second, but it's still on the field of play, giving some attention to Joel Andrew. And so we tell you the latest position here at Warner Park, Barbados 15 without loss.
That's when a lot of them start.
So we tell you that we still await the resumption of play after that situation where Joel Andrew was struck on the hand from a delivery which was down the onside. He went towards his left. He didn't collect it cleanly, came off the glove and went behind him. And you have seen the physio on the field. So if Joel Andrew is unable to continue, who will take the glove? As you I welcome you back today.
Well, that's a good question. I don't know how many other players out there who could keep wicket. I don't know if Casey Carty can or Henry. Henry, I know, does a bit of bowling. Carty also does a bit of bowling. The pads have been taken off, and we'll have an answer to that soon. Yes,
probably
Graves, I suspected. I think he has done some keeping, Justin Graves, at some point. So he's taking the pads.
Because he's supposed to be bowling, so why would he be keeping a maybe? Because normally when you have a situation like that, the openers normally would be someone who you can depend on to keep wicket. And no, Stuart Williams would have done some.
Well, it's been discussed. I said I don't know if Henry does. Or Casey Carty, I don't know if they would have done some of it. I know Graves would have kept wicket at some point and time in his career, but he is much needed as a bowler. In fact, he picked up 3 wickets in the first innings. So you see Henry now moving towards the gears.
But obviously, it seems as though he will be the one that will be doing the keeping duties, because he's an opener, so he should be able to hold a couple of Smitten.
Well, he seems to be a versatile player. He's ambidextrous, bowls with both arms, bowls left arm spin and right arm spin also. And one of those players who could do everything in cricket.
So the Leeward situation has been further compounded by the fact that the young Joel Andrew has made his way off the field. Jamal Hamilton was substituted, concussion substituted out of the game, and his replacement as a keeper, Joel Andrew, has now left the field with a possible finger injury, and they're now turning to Henry, the opening batsman, to do keeping duties, and that certainly would add further pressure on the Leewards, because we would have seen that Joel Andrew was unable to hold on to an inside edge, just went to his left, and now a keeper who has not really, someone who has not really done much keeping for the year, is now being asked to do some keeping.
But it brings us back to the argument that John Carlyle was having earlier on air. Henry was selected as an opening batsman who could bowl a bit. Now he's keeping wicket.
Well, that's a forced change.
Well,
Because-
they're all forced change, you know, Gary. They're all forced change.
So they had no other, well, they had other choices, but based on the choices that they probably had, they probably thought at the time that Henry would be the best choice.
No, the bottom line is, there's always some gray areas where this like for like is concerned. I think some time ago, I think it was in a match India. I think India was the team playing where they substituted a player, and there was a lot made about it because it was felt, I think it was Dubé. It was felt that Dubé was not a like-for-like replacement. I think he was substituted for a bowler in that particular match.
So Thomas will continue from the media center end. And you can understand why they're saying like for like, because you don't want to have an unfair advantage.
We
or
do,
put the
but
opposition team at a disadvantage. So that is why they try to ensure that if you're going to substitute out, then you have to bring somebody who is of similar ability.
yes, but the bottom line, though, is not set in stone.
yeah,
Right?
that is
It's
true.
not set in stone, and there are situations where you would have to go for the most likely replacement, as was the case here with Walsh and Hamilton. And teams, of course, they are only allowed, they travel with 13 players.
Yes. So Mosley will get off the mark, a short and wide delivery. So a single to Mosley. He's off the mark, so to moves on to 60. So let us assume, because Leeward would have the two persons out of the 11. Suppose they were just bowlers who can't even bat.
Well,
And you know how to do a concussion cup. So it
One
wouldn't,
of-
have been like for like, because you
no, but one of them would have been substituted.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that if Jamal Hamilton is a wicketkeeper batsman, and then you have a bowler who cannot bat,
Yeah,
it would not be like for
Yeah,
like.
we understand that, but we do not live in a perfect world.
So
And, like I said, I mean, normally in international cricket, you have a squad where you might have some 15 players. In this situation, there are only 13.
So Thomas will continue the delivery on the onside, and another single for Barbados. So Barbados need to score another 212 for a victory here against the Leewards. The Leewards, we hope that they can pick up some wickets, but things are looking quite easy so far. We saw an inside edge which was not taken by the keeper. Had to be diving away to his left as the youngster Joel Anju.
Last time I checked the score, Gary, in Trinidad and Tobago, the silver was on 73. Mohammed was into the 90s. Silver would have already gone past 500 runs for the season. And adding to that, he could very well get up to 600 runs in the season. And that, of course, might solve a problem for the West Indies. He has gone over 500 runs for the season. So that situation there might solve a problem for the West Indies. But that's just my little input there.
So I'm happy you're coming around, because a couple of days ago you seemed to you didn't think that Joseph De Silva would have been in with the possibility of being selected as the captain of the West Indies team. He's
Well,
making runs. He's the captain of Trinidad and Tobago. Imlak is the captain of the team that seems as though that they will win the competition this year.
Well, of course, Gary, this thing goes from day to day. We are still in a competition, and the fact that he's continuing to make runs, that a lot of names are being banded around and so on. So that in itself might solve the problem for the West Indian selectors.
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Exactly. Of course, they might go in a different direction, but I think that's a distinct possibility.
So Justin Graysville has replaced Spencer from the far end, and we're bowling to Barbados captain. And he will get an easy single. Starting a bit too wide. So a single to Brathwaite. With that single, he has gone on to 16. And Barbados, they're 18 without loss.
Of course, our good co-commentator Carlisle thinks that Mohammed, who is into the 90s, not a century in the making, just scoring a double with scoring runs all season. Carlisle feels that he should be given consideration.
So what is the purpose of the regional competition?
Well, that's a good question. It's one that I can't really answer, Gary.
The regional competition is to look at performances.
But Gary, we have seen what has happened over the years in the regional competition. Some players have just been discarded. I remember one year set of selectors. I'll get back to that.
He will get 4 runs from a poorly line delivery. And if Leewards continue to bowl poorly, and Barbados will win quite easily here at 1 o'clock. Another delivery on the leg stump. And Mosley just helped himself to a boundary.
Yes, Gary. Remember the year who were performing in the competition. Kyron Powell had a very good season that year. Was he selected?
You tell me, was he?
I'm asking you the question. He definitely was not selected that year or after. But the chairman of selectors conveniently, because many people questioned the selection of our Reefer, who has been struggling since into the West Indies Test team. And he said at that point that he was selecting based on performance in the regional competition.
Or selecting based on who you are. As
no, I'm telling you what he said.
So they should get at least a single. As Michael Louis came in quickly, prevented the second run. So 1 more to the total.
So yes, Gary, I'm just telling you what he said. I'm not telling you based on what I think, right? You know, Reefer was eligible at the time, but Powell wasn't eligible. Reefer was eligible based on the fact that he was making runs. Powell wasn't, although he was making runs at the time.
So that's what I'm saying. As a selector, you have, depending on who is making runs, you probably would look at them.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. We have seen selections over the years. So we just have to wait and see what decisions are made. Mohammed has been making a lot of runs. Lots of batsmen around the region too have been making runs. And Brathwaite, he has not had a good season, has had a double. He's looking to get some runs here.
That's too wide outside the off stump to tempt the experience. Brathwaite, I'm sure he would want to concentrate and make use of the chance that was given to him. Ford did exactly that. He made use of the 2 chances that he got, and he went on to get 120. Brathwaite has enough time and enough runs to get up to 100 this afternoon.
Most definitely.
So it's a quiet period of play. Leewards, I'm sure, they've been hoping to pick up some early wickets. That has not happened as yet. Another wide delivery, 2 wide outside the off stump. So the over has been completed. 6 runs coming from it, and Barbados, they are 23 without loss.
Henry has looked. Yes, Henry has looked quite good behind the stumps, but of course the testing period would come when he has to keep to the spin bowlers. But we'll have to wait and see. But so far, he has been doing a good job for the Leewards as their standing wicket keeper.
So Spencer has been swung around to this media center end, so the over from Graves probably just to give Spencer an opportunity to bowl from this media center end. The same thing would have happened in the first inning. I think you only had the 1 over from this end. And Shane Mosley get the delivery outside the off thumb. The keeper unable to collect cleanly, and Brathwaite was looking for a run, but Shane Mosley was not really paying attention.
Ball sort of died on its way to the wicket keeper, kept a bit low, and made the take a bit difficult for Henry, who, as you would have said earlier on, would not have done much keeping. In fact, I don't think he would have kept in any of the matches for the season so far.
And good bit of fielding by the concussion club sub Walsh at extra cover. Ball just forced down to him, and he took it on the bounce. Total remains on 23 without loss. Barbados, the target is 229, so they need another 206, and they're currently going at 4.3 runs per over. Barbados, throughout this match, they have been scoring in excess of 4 runs per over quite easily.
Yes, and
so wide delivery. Mosley played it down to Casey Carty at cover. It was really wide, and he stretched for it. He would have been fortunate that he didn't play it in the air down to the field at cover. But he remains on 6. Brathwaite, the non-striker, is on 16. 23 without loss. Barbados, 2 slips on the gully. And delivery which goes down to the slip area, dropping in front of Graves. Came from the outer portion of the bat and dropping in front of Graves at second slip. Probably need to take a couple paces up, Smitten.
probably.
I think it was in the same line, almost in the same line with Cornwall, so maybe need to take a few steps forward. And this time Mosley will get a single, as Carty had to move to his right at cover. So one more to the total, it moves on to 24. And we have just the one delivery remaining in the over, being bowled by Spencer, who is in the third over, none for 10. He opened the bowling from the far end, but has been swung around to this immediate center end to see if he can get some success. And he has been unsuccessful so far.
Just to tell you though that Mohammed has gotten his 100. He's 101 not out, but the silver was dismissed by Pamal for 77. And Trinidad and Tobago, they are now 333 for 5. And they lead by just 110 runs, with 5 wickets down. So another century there to Jason Mohammed. And he has been having a prolific season as the water cat goes out, and we of course would take the opportunity to get a drinks break.
So welcome back after that water break. Barbados did 24 without loss. And it seems as though O'Shane Thomas is making his way off the field. So the Leewards team, the players leaving the field. We had the keeper Joel Ange struck on the finger. He has left the field. And now we have seen O'Shane Thomas leaving the field. So the Leewards might be running out of players to field. Swinton. So play will continue at the far end. So Graves will continue from that far end. So he didn't just come on for the 1-over to swing to get Spencer to come from the media center end. He will continue from that far end as O'Shane Thomas has left the field. And there's a youngster on the field. He's carrying Carty on his back, but we know that he's not Casey Carty. One of the youngsters from St. Kitts have gotten an opportunity to be on the field with the Leeward players. So that should be a good. Oh, that's light brown?
Okay.
So light brown is now on the field as a substitute for Thomas, who is off the field.
It's not just Thomas
So
who's
there
off the
must be
field.
something because Andrew is also off the field. So two substitutes will be on the field for the Leewards. So we have seen some wide bowling by Graves. His first over delivered a few wide deliveries, and now starting the second over, another wide, 2 wide outside the off stump. So we're talking about run scorers who would have scored runs for the season. Kelvin Anderson has scored 572 runs. Jamal Hamilton has also scored 573. Jason Mohammed 554.
That's still going.
Plus, yeah. So and then Shakir Paris has scored 546 runs at an average of 45. He has 5 half-century and 1 century. Plays for the combined campuses and colleges. Imlak 538. And your friend John Campbell has scored
My friend,
517 at an average of 47.
I've never spoken to the young man.
So Campbell certainly putting up his hand to indicate that I'm here and available and ready to come back into the West Indies team.
Well, what I can tell you, he made the most of the last match he played. He got 100 in that match, 104.
Another poorly lined delivery from Graves on the onside, and fortunate for him that Brassett didn't get back on it.
You see, Gary, when you analyze cricket, you speak about cricket, there are some people who do not like to hear what you're saying. You know, there are people who do not like you to speak about shortcomings of players, especially if they're related to them. But one has to realize that some of the players, I'll get back to that in a while. So I was saying some of the players who have gotten into the West Indies team, they have not set the international stage alight. And it's always important for them to, when they get back to regional cricket, do exceptionally well to hold on to their spot in the West Indies team. And yes, some of them have not done badly.
Brassett will pick up a boundary. A delivery outside the off stump and he punched it through the extra cover region. The previous delivery came from the inner portion of the bat, went onto his boot. It was fortunate for him that he didn't go back onto the stump, but this time it was outside the off stump short and he pushed it through extra cover for 4.
Nice shot. He timed it well and played it in the gap, and the ball really raced away. It was pure timing by Brathwaite, and a good 4 for Brathwaite. You look at it again, just a push really. But yes, yeah, it's always important, and you were going down the list, and quite a number of people they have made lots of runs this season.
Joel Andrew has scored 476 runs at an average of 39, highest of 122. Carlon Bowen Tuckett, 412, highest of 103 not out, averaging 41.
And he has the,
Three half century and 1 century.
he has the most dismissals by far of the wicket keepers for the season. I think I'm a bit unclear as to the exact figure, but at one point he had 24, and I think he would have gotten 8 in the last match, so he probably might be in the 30s in terms of dismissal, but that is something that would have to be verified.
So Spencer will continue from this the far end, or this the media center end. He'll be bowling to Craig Brathwaite, who is the captain of Barbados. And he will pick up 2 runs to a delivery which was turned to the onside. And they will get 2 runs. So the fielder couldn't pull it back on the first attempt, but they would have gotten 2 runs anyway. He had someone to do down towards the deep mid-wicket area. And 2 more runs to Craig Brathwaite. So that's Landfort.
Landfort, young fast bowler from St. Martin. Looks very much like Casey Carty. A bit taller, they walk differently. But could easily pass as Casey Carty's brother. Both of them, of course, from St. Martin.
So Barbados inching closer and closer to the target of 229. They're 32 without loss. And so the Leewards certainly have brought Barbados back into this game with the poor batting in the second inning. Another single to the captain of the Barbados team, Brathwaite. Take the total on to 33. So we have 3 deliveries, but have been bowling this over number 8. And so Barbados require another 196 runs.
The batsmen are doing the right thing though. They are giving their team a very good start, and they're not looking for anything extravagant at this point. And Barbados, of course, chasing a relatively small total in a good position at the moment.
So Moses is pushing it back down to the bowler. 33 without loss. Barbados, the target is 229. We tell you that the Leewards would have made a 99 in the second inning, and Carty would have made 37 for Barbados. Raymond Simmons had 6 for 27 in the Leewards' first inning. It was the Warwican who would have gotten 7 for 111. Play down to cover, looking for a single. They will get it this time, as the return came in from Casey Carty, but it went down into the onside. The keeper couldn't get to it, and so 1 more to the total. It has gone on to 34 without loss. Barbados, 1 delivery remaining in over number 8, and at this end of this over, Carlisle will be replacing me. So Barbados moving slowly along, or easily along to the 229 required to win. Brathwaite is hustling for the first run, thinking about the second, but the fielding is completed by Durham to bring up the end of over number 8. At the end of it, Barbados 34 without loss in search of 229, After some comments from you, Smitten, you heard the voice of Carly Powell.
Well, Gary, you said that they're moving slowly along, but this is a 4-day match. And lots of time left in the game, and they're going at 4.34 runs per over. I wouldn't exactly call that one moving slowly. What they have done, they have started well. They have kept the scoreboard ticking over. And they are really going about this chase in a good manner. Kalal, good afternoon once more.
Sunny afternoon out there. And Barbados, with a small target, 229, have started the business in a very meaningful and purposeful way. 35 for no loss.
Yes, sir. And, sort of start that they would have liked at the moment. This one is flashed into the offside up to cover by Brathwaite, a single. Brathwaite has done the bulk of the scoring for Barbados. He's on 25 from 26. And at times could be a bit pedestrian, but going at a good clip, Carlisle.
Well, he has played what he has seen. He has not taken any chances, and he's not chasing the deliveries either.
So certainly the kind of start. He's captain, of course, and he would like to lead from the front. But it's really a beautiful afternoon here, though, in Bastille. Seem to have had a few tourists in to look at this game. Young Virgil, young light brown, we have been told is the son of Virgil Newton.
Virgil Brown. You're mixing up your names and islands for the entire game.
Light brown, Virgil Brown. Oh.
Virgil Brown. So he is the brother of Dark Brown, who is the physio.
Okay. Okay. I thought I heard Virgil Newton. And, so
don't want you to be giving Virgil Newton any children that he don't have, and then somebody hit him with child support.
That's right. So he's actually from Nevis.
Absolutely.
Okay, Carl.
And he's part of the Nevis team that will be taking part in the under-17 and under-19 competition starting next week in St. Kitts.
Okay, now I have it right. Yes, so. And batsman, bowler?
Bat, bowl, wicket keep, he does everything.
He does everything. Okay.
Buzzer, some right arm spin, keeps wicket, opens the batting.
So he's a versatile player then. Edged, is it? No. Umpire says no. And well taken there by the keeper low down. It went straight to him, but he took it well, Henry. So he has done well to the fast bowling so far. The testing time will come, of course, when he keeps the spin.
Light brown on the screen. His dad also played for Nevis and the Leewards.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, like dark, light and dark. But played into the offside, and young light brown comes into action. And Carlisle, Virgil would have been the massage therapist for the West Indies, a senior team. Dak has fitted into that role also, and he's also the physio for the Leeward Islands team, so following in his father's footsteps.
And he has done some work with the West Indies as well.
So I would have mentioned that at the start of the sentence there just now, Carlisle. Yes, he did. So very versatile cricketing family. Virgil had a brother who I attended school with. He's a doctor now in Miami. And he would have played a bit of cricket also in school and was not a bad cricketer, but never seemed to be too interested in playing cricket. This one is pretty wide and signaled by the umpire. But interesting to Carlo, those names. Dark, spelled D-A-R-C actually, and now Lithe Brown. Now the keeper is taking the helmet, and perhaps you're going to see some spin. And this, of course, could be a testing time now for Henry. We'll see how good he is when he keeps up to the spin bowlers. Cornwall, of course, is the bowler coming on from this the media center end. I've been without the use of the jumbotron all morning. We do hope that during the course of the day it would be back on track. So there's a short mid-off in place, short extra cover, catching position, short mid-wicket, straight. Leeward's looking for their first wicket here. Target, of course, 229. Barbados has started well. They need another 191 runs. Mosley draws away and plays it to point. And Cat is there, he can't score. Ooh, this is a good one. Beating the defense of Mosley. And they're going through the wicketkeeper also. And going down into short fine leg for a bye. This one is turned down to backward square. Sets off for the single. Thinking of a second, which is not on. And Carla, you would have mentioned earlier that the umpiring in this match has been good. And I tend to agree with you. It has been excellent so far. Umpire Gustavo on umpire Jacqueline Williams. Driven, but straight back to Cornwall. He gets a hand to it, knocks it down, end of the over. First over of spin. And just 1 run coming from that over.
But the important number here is 40. 40 without loss. Barbados chasing 229 to win this game and put themselves into second position, which is into the money for this competition.
And Barbados, as I said, important 40. And not only that, 40 and nothing in the last column for Barbados. And they're going at 4 runs per over. So they are doing this chase quite well. From what we saw with the match with Trinidad and Tobago and Ghana, Ghana has virtually won this, repeated their winning ways. Of course, they were defending champions from last year. Driven nicely, but straight to wide is off and no run. Looking at the Ghana team, though, what we have seen of them, they seem to be a well-organized team, well-oiled, and well-planned too. Seems to have one of the best analysts going around in the region. Driven. Oh. Mosley is thinking of a run, but Brathwaite is not interested. The ball traveling straight to Carty, who's at mid-off. Not well timed by Brathwaite and not finding the gap as he would have liked. You see Graves now asking the in fact, the fielder there, that's looks like Spencer. In fact, he moved to his right, then moved back into the position that he was in. There's a slip, a gully. Backward point. It's also a backward point on the boundary. Play that. Loud appeal there. Well, from some of the players, that is. Not supported by the keeper or Cornwall, the captain, who's that slip. Or by Durham, who's that gully. This time he gets the single as he plays it out to mid-on. And first run coming in this over. .66 overs plus the 15 mandatory over being left in to be played in the day's play. So if you take 11 from 66.55 plus 15 at Carlisle, I don't think we're going to see any. Well, we would see handshakes, but we're not going to see any call off here today.
No, by my math, we should be out of here based on the scoring rate of Guyana. We should be out of here in about 54 overs because they've consistently scored at about 4.2 runs and over.
Well, you said Guyana, but I know you mean Barbados.
Barbados, correction. And if we're out of here in that time, what it means is that we would be just about at the dinner interval.
So, and it's not just Barbados. If Barbados doesn't get there, at least we'll have a result by that time. Yes, Carlisle, I know you're assuming that Barbados is going to win this one, but I'll just suffice it to say that by that time we should have a result. Of course, Barbados has a big edge at this point.
One thing I will say to you, I'm not much of a betting man, but if I were a betting man and I had $2 to wager on this game, I think I'll put $1.95 on Barbados.
Well, anyone would at this stage.
I'll just hold back the 5 cents. You can't buy anything, but I'll just so I don't lose my $2 in case.
But there was talk of taking those out of circulation at one point, so you might holding it back. You just might have to release it quickly. This one is played down to fine leg, and we'll pick up 2.
Leg buys. I mean, talking about those coins and being taken out of circulation, can't recall exactly when the 50-cent coin was taken out of circulation, but I still have a couple. I kept a couple for keepsake.
Well, I'll get back to that in a while. The 50-cent coin really is what we call a BCCB coin. That's when other parts of the region were part of the currency union. We're talking about places like Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, etc., and so on. So those were taken out of circulation quite some time ago, probably when ECA, at that time, the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, moved to St. Kitts, and it just became a currency union between the OECS country. That would have been quite some time ago. There are still many of those coins in circulation as wars continues. Of course, you might not realize it, but there are a number of 25-cent pieces, 10-cent pieces that are still in circulation. And as those get to the central bank, they're taken out of circulation. They're not put back into circulation once they're spotted. But there's still quite a number, you know. And there's a marked difference. I mean, I would spot them quite easily. The port, for example, on the 25-cent pieces has a flat bottom, whereas the circulation 25-cent pieces currently being used. The boat has a sort of an arc, a circular-shaped bottom, and that applies to the 10-cent pieces also. So there's a marked difference with those, which the trainer would spot easily, but for those who do not know the difference, outside the half stump to the keeper.
44 for no loss, 12 overs gone. Craig Brathwaite is on 29 from 38. Shane Mosley is on 10 from 35. Brathwaite could do with a score here, and not only just a score for himself and his average and aggregate, but for his confidence as well.
Yes, certainly, and he's on 29, so he has had a start. And the ball is being shown to umpire Gustad by Graves.
I think they're actually doing some trimming.
Yes, and he makes his way back now to the top of his bowling mark.
And that is always a smart thing to do. We heard about ball tampering in the Guyana, Trinidad game. You don't want the umpire to see you tugging at any string or anything. You just let him use his clippers and cut that.
Driven, over pitched and driven into the covers. But Hayden Walsh Jr. is there. He feels well. No run. Just about 7 minutes left for the tea time break, before we have the tea time break. And so far so good for Barbados, and I'm pretty certain they would like to go into tea without losing the wicket. Driven nicely. Walsh this time fumbles. The ball ricochets from his right hand, and this time Campbell picks up a single. So Leeward's searching for the first wickets.
I think you just went back 20 years because you gave a single to Campbell.
That is true. And of course, it's Brathwaite who would have picked up that single. But Leeward searching for the first wicket here. This one is outside the off stump, and it's Mosley who is allowing it through. Callel, we have been speaking about batsmen getting runs. There have been a number of spinners, especially left-armers, throughout the season who would have picked up quite a number of wickets. Gary Peer, Joshua Bishop, driven, and gets a single as the ball ricochets from the fielder there at extra cover, Spencer. So we have had Peer, who has done quite well. He's still topping the wicket takers list. Young Joshua Bishop. Warwick has done well too. He has picked up a number of wickets. In fact, he would have gone into the 30s. He somewhere in the region of some 31 wickets. All left arm spin bowlers. And we are the off spinners. This time it's well fielded there by Gore. It's been a while now, Carlisle, since we've had an off spinner being selected for West Indies. And I'm not speaking in terms of part-time off spinners.
You're talking about the test team.
The test team for West Indies. The test team, that is, we have Warwick and Moti being selected. And if you look at that list too, you'd find that it's a lot of left-armers. Pomal was on that list also. He's a left-arm leg spinner. In this match, we have seen Walsh, an off spinner, but then we've also seen Durham, the left arm leg spin. So, inching closer to the tea session. Driven, straight to Gore, who's at extra cover, short, driven powerfully there by Mosley. Mosley has gone on to 11:46. The score, the target 229. This time he gets a single. So defended there by Brathwaite. It goes back up the track. And Leeward's still searching. It's 47 now for no loss, Barbados. Out appeal. Not given. Cornwall thinks that he had his man. Not a bad shot there by Cornwall.
Looks to be just outside.
This time, Brathwaite is defending. Not too sure, no, Carlisle.
Well, in my view.
I'm not too sure, but of course, the person who matters most did not see it, has been out, and she did not give it out. So, Brathwaite continues to bat on.
I noticed a couple balls ago you described Hayden Walsh Jr. as an off spinner. This is where I will respectfully disagree with you because
I probably mixed him up with Cornwall. Actually, it's
okay.
Cornwall. You know, I keep mixing them up, although there's quite a disparity between these two.
Okay.
No, it's not Hayden Walsh Jr. I was thinking Cornwall.
I just had to clear that up before the text messages start coming in to tell me that I didn't correct it.
Yeah. So, I'm speaking of Cornwall being considered to be the lone off spinner in this match. I understand for Barbados, Shane Holder is an off spinner, but he took sick and he was not included in the team. But then we had Warwick on the left arm spin bowler. Now we're going to see another left arm spin bowler from the far end. And that's a goal. And this time the ball is probably edged down to, we'll wait and see. In fact, it's from the leg. It's a leg by. And 1-1 to the score.
Bit of spin there for you, Gore. Bit of spin there. Keep going. Come, Nico.
See Graves having some words with his captain. And let's see if the any adjustment being made to the field. In fact, cover is being asked to come a bit square, move into a cover point position. Brathwaite pushes forward.
One thing you notice about Graves is he's very particular about the placement of the fielders. Not just when he's bowling, but while he's there, he's helping and giving advice and so on.
Well, of course, being one of the senior players in the team and probably one of the leaders.
Bit of a naughty shot there by Brathwaite on that occasion.
Yes.
Trying to cut a delivery that was far too close to him.
Yes, and lucky that it just went past the off stump. Could have easily been bowled. Let the ball come back enough.
Good over. Very good over there by Go.
And that's, of course, the tea break as the bails are removed. And at tea, Barbados looking to score 229 to win and to go into second place. And not only that, to collect $100,000. I think that's in US. They are 48 for no loss and 48 off some 15 overs. Brathwaite is on 30. Shane Mosley is on 12. And that's the position here at Warner Park.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Water Park. So we're about to see this resumption of play after that first break. And the first break in the day night encounters. We are told it's supposed to be a tea break, so we had our tea. And the Leewards will be looking to pick up some wickets, but Barbados, Carlisle, as I welcome you back, have been doing excellently in terms of their batting.
Oh yeah, and for the match, their run rate has been close to 4. It has fallen just a little touch over 3 at the present moment. But the important thing is that they have not lost a wicket. They're 48 for no loss.
So Cornwall will continue from this the media centre end, and they will hope for a much better session. And Barbados batted some 15 overs to score their 48 runs. Brathwaite on 30, he would have faced 50 deliveries. And Shane Mosley on 12 faced 41. Spencer had 4 overs, none for 15. Thomas 2 overs, none for 8. Grays 5 overs, none for 18. Cornwall 3 overs, none for 3. And Carrimago just the 1 over. So Cornwall will have a lot of work to do, a lot of bowling. First of all, they would want to try and keep things tight and see if they can put pressure on Barbados and pick up some wickets, but still a very good batting strip here at Warner Park. We're in the first over after lunch. Tell you that the Leewards are using 2 substitutes because Joel Andrew, who was keeping wicket, was struck on the hand. He has left the field, and we also have seen Ocean Thomas. I don't think he has come back on the field. Cornwall will go around the wicket, and Mosley will get at least a single. I just clipped it into the onside, and the little collision between the youngster rushing in off the boundary, that's light brown. And he collided with fielder who was running away to his left. So those are 2 substitute fielders, probably inexperience of the youths. Landford was running down towards backward of square, and light brown was hustling off the boundary. Cornwall goes over the wicket. But we get another easy single. So 2 runs have been scored so far in the over. This is the first over after lunch. Barbados, they are 49, or that's the 50 coming up. Barbados of some 96 deliveries with that single. And so Barbados in search of 229. They have started well. And Cornwall is getting the first wicket. It was backing away. That's Mosley looking to cut into the offside. The ball kept low. And Cornwall has gotten the breakthrough. Barbados losing the first wicket with a score on 50.
But this is poor batting by Mosley there. You look at that. He won't want to look at this later on YouTube. The ball was far too close for him to cut, and he was backing away, looking to make room to play it into the offside. What about just playing proper cricket? Just playing the ball on its merit and coming forward and just driving this back down the track. Made no sense, that shot that he played, and I absolutely don't like to see batsmen getting out like that. Why look to make the extra room to force it into the offside and probably won't get a run anyhow? 2 straight, too close for that. But compliments and congratulations to Cornwall, who has picked up the first wicket for the Leewards, 50 for 1.
So Cornwall will want to continue to pick up wickets. Jonathan Jakes is the new batter. So Leewards getting an early breakthrough in their first over after the tea break. And so now Jonathan Jakes has replaced Mosley. And Brathwaite has taking his guard at this the media centre end. We're facing up to Carrimago, who just had the 1 over before tea. And that was a maiden over. So Brathwaite will want to play a long knock for Barbados. They need another 179 runs. As Go will come in from that far end. Brathwaite is playing around the corner, down to short fine leg. And leg by signal by umpire Patrick Gustard. So 1 more extra to the total. So the score has gone on to 51. 51 for 1. The batsman just out. Shane Mosley with the last delivery of Cornwall's over.
This one side here.
Carrie Mago will continue from that far end. Cornwall is in the slip. We have Casey. There's a fielder at point, backward point. That's Hayden Walsh Jr. Mikhail Louis down at backward point on the boundary. Go balls to Brathwaite is driving. That's Jonathan Jakes, as a matter of fact. Over. Long off. It has cleared the fence. What a shot to come off the mark. First delivery came forward and just lifted Karima go right over long off for 6.
It was in the slot. It was there to be hit. And I like to say good positive batting. I mean, Karima Go has to put something behind that delivery. Not just come in and rest it down. He has to come in and really bowl the ball. Put it in the slot. Any good batsman should hit that for 6.
So the mid-off has gone back down to long off.
Oh, no one.
So with that 6, the total has gone on to 57. Required weight, the required number of runs, 172. Play should go down after this session. I don't see Barbados scoring 179 runs in this session. So it might be here into the final session. Looking to sweep, taken on the pad. That's Jonathan Jakes, leg by has been signaled by umpire Gustard at the far end. So one more to the total. It's gone on to 58. And Brathwaite is on 31, comes into strike.
No one.
So the Leewards start in the morning on 76 for 8 as that over comes to an end. Ended on 99 all out. And Barbados went to tea at 48 without loss. They have since lost the wicket of Shane Mosley. They are now on 58 for 1 after some 17 overs.
And going good despite the loss of that wicket. 58 for 1 is a good response. By the time they had reached this score in the first inning, they had already lost some 3 wickets. And more importantly, the captain is at the crease. Brathwaite is there and he's looking positive.
So as the captain of the Barbados team and the former captain of the West Indies team, will want to end with a century. As I said, he has enough time, enough runs to end with a century. But Leewards will be hoping that they can pick up some wickets, pick up more wickets. Barbados will certainly look in charge of this game here at Warner Park on this the final day. So there's a slip in Graves and there's a backward point, extra cover on the mid-off. And Jonathan Jakes is onto the back foot. Might be better serve to come forward. Decided to play that from the back foot. So the delivery that got Shane Mosley keeping a little low. This time he's coming onto the front foot. So the delivery that got the wicket of Shane Mosley kept a little low. Seemed to have come off the pad as well and went into the stumps. If he wasn't bowled, he would have been a strong candidate for LBW decision as well. So this one is flighted. And Jonathan Jakes is easily in behind it. This is the second session of this, the final day's play here at Warner Park. This is a day-night encounter. A scrambling effort there by Graves at slip, moving away from the slip, but the ball went to his right. Jonathan Jakes was thinking about a single, but his captain said sent him back. This time Jakes will get a single to a delivery which was spinning into him, going down the onside, so he has gotten another single. He has moved on to 7 and the total 59 for 1 with 1 delivery remaining in Cornwall's 5th over. So a dot ball to complete over number 18. Barbados 59 for 1.
And that's 59 for 1, chasing 229 for victory in this game against the Leewards. And Barbados won the toss, we remind you, sent the Leewards in. The Leewards reached up to 444 before they were dismissed. And 7 wickets going to the spinner Warwick then. And Barbados in response 315 all out with a maiden 100 to Ford.
So delivery which is 2 wide outside the off stump by Karen Mago starting his the first delivery that he bowled to Jakes, he struck it over long off for 6. So he decided to push through the other deliveries. First 2 deliveries of that over have been flat and fast. So there's a slip, there's a backward point, there's a cover on the boundary, extra cover, mid off and a long off. And a flat and fast delivery slapping it. We get a single down to Mikhail Louis coming off the boundary. So Karen Mago is pushing them through. Don't want to give Jonathan Jakes the opportunity to get underrated over the boundary. Brathwaite, who's on 31, comes into strike.
Oh, nonce. Don't like.
And he plays it down to the youngster, Light Brown. So I'm sure it's a good feeling, Carla, for the youngster to be on the field for the Leewards.
Absolutely. He has come up through the ranks for the Leewards, under 15s, under 17s.
Oh, no.
He goes quickly through for the single as Walsh was a bit deep and he went to his right at backward point and they were able to go through for a run. So 1 more to the total. It has gone on to 61 for 1. 1 delivery remaining in that over from Karen Mago. 2 runs coming from the over so far.
I'm sure that this weekend Light would have been thinking of playing some cricket in Nevis. He's the 2 teams he play for.
Flatter, fast delivery, gets it down towards the backward point area and Hayden Walsh Jr. will flick it back and they will get 2 runs with a flat and fast delivery, 2 wide outside the off stump and he just guided it to the left of Hayden Walsh Jr. to bring up the end of the over. And with that, the end of the over, 2 more runs have been added to the total. It has gone on to 63 at the end of that over.
So 15 runs added since lunch and since the tea break and the loss of a wicket. But Barbados keep going on manfully. They're 63 for the loss of 1.
So Cornwall will continue. He has picked up the only wicket that has fallen so far. And throughout this match, we have seen a few faithful spectators and umpire Williams shaking her head in the negative. She was confident about that decision. She did it early as Cornwall was appealing. Strong appeal. Cornwall seemed to be a bit disappointed, but the umpires in this game have been doing a good job. Might want to look at it on the monitors. Cornwall continued to bowl to Brathwaite and he will get a single. So delivery it was swung away down towards long leg. So 1 more to the total. Takes it on to 64. So I'm sure Cornwall will be hoping or looking to get the wicket of Brathwaite. So Jonathan Jakes seems as though he wanted to play a long innings for Barbados with a solid defensive shot. There was he looking to force into the offside. Came from the inner portion of the bat. The Leewards, they were dismissed for 99 in the second innings after they had a lead of 129 on first innings. And that delivery was a bit too straight. Jakes just worked it into the onside for another single. 65 for 1. Jakes with that single has gone on to 11. Captain Brathwaite has come back into strike. Now the delivery too straight on the pads. And he just worked into the onside for another single. So 3 runs have come from this over. So the over is completed. And over number 20 gone. And The Barbados team in search of 229. They're 67 for 1. Karimago will continue from that far end. So it's 66 for 1 after 20 overs. So Gore is pushing another delivery through. So for Brathwaite, you have a slip, a backward point. Cover, extra cover. There's a long off as well. Barbados require another 163 runs if they are to win. Leewards would have to take 9 wickets. So we're coming to the end. This is the last day of the regional competition, and we've seen some good performances around. Some of the youngsters have been doing well. We look at some of the stats, the wicket-keeping stats. Carlin Bowen Tuggett would have had some 26 dismissals, 21 catches, and 5 stumping. The most for any wicket-keeper. And following closely behind him, Joshua De Silva, 20 dismissals, 18 catches, and 2 stumping. And Boucher, 20 dismissals, 17 catches, and 3 stumpings. As Brathwaite goes down the strip, driving in the air, inside out, over extra cover for 6 runs. Wonderful shot. He just uses his feet and he struck it inside out over extra cover to bring up the end of the over. Lovely shot by the Barbados captain.
Excellent. He used his feet, got to the pitch of the delivery, knew where he wanted to hit it, and picked deep and wide extra cover and got 6 good-looking runs. So he's returning to some form, getting a few runs under his belt, and his confidence would be growing as well. And 72 for 1, that's in response to their search for 229 to win.
So they have scored some 24 runs since the resumption of play after the tea break. They would have lost 1 wicket, and the Leewards have bowled 6 overs. And so now Cornwall will continue from this the media centre end. Jakes was already struck a 6 as well. The first delivery that he would have faced from Karimago, he struck it over long off for 6. He is on 11 and he is facing up to Raheem Cornwall. So Leeward certainly would have their work cut out and made difficult by the way they batted in the second innings. Only got to 99 after they had a lead of 129. Barbados will pick up another single as Jakes has turned that into the onside. So with a single, total has gone on to 73. And required number of runs 156. 3 deliveries remaining in this over from Cornwall. He has picked up 1 for 10. Flight to delivery and spin on the onside. Brathwaite is coming onto the front foot. A little bit of turn there for Raheem Cornwall. Loud appeal is given out. Brathwaite this time has been given out by umpire Jacqueline Williams. Chuck on the pad. Very strong appeal from the captain of Leeward's team. So captain to captain, and Cornwall has been successful.
Looks straight enough. He was coming forward, didn't get an edge. Fair enough.
So Cornwall has gotten wicket that he has been asking for the previous over. He had another close call. Umpire at that time shook her head. This time around, he was struck on the pad. And umpire Jacqueline Williams upheld the appeal, taken on the pad and the roll. He was stretching forward. So Barbados losing the second wicket to the score on 73. Captain Brathwaite has been dismissed. So since the tea interval, the Leewards have been able to pick up 2 wickets, and they will have to continue to pick up wickets, Carla, if they're even going to give Barbados, put some Barbados under pressure.
Yeah, if they're going to stay in the game, they have to get wickets, because this game is not going to end in a draw, and there is no threat of rain happening. So it's going to be won and or lost on the field of play.
The new batter for Barbados is Kevin Wickham, and he would have made 74 runs, batted some 132 balls, struck 9 fours when he batted in the first inning. But I'm sure Leewards will be hoping that they can get him cheaply and maybe try and put some pressure on Barbados. Cornwall has picked up the 2 wickets that have fallen so far since the tea interval. Barbados came out after tea at 48 without loss and now progressed to 73 for 2. So they have added 25 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. And we're in the 7th over after tea, the final delivery. And Wickham is easily behind it to put up the end of a successful over. And Cornwall picking up another wicket, 73 for 2, Barbados.
Yeah, Cornwall is a wicket taker. He bowls a lot of overs for the Leewards, and he takes a lot of wickets for the Leewards as well. And unfortunately for the Leewards, the frontline spinner to support him has not done a good job this season. Neither Hayden Walsh nor Daniel Doran.
Yes, and once you're picking up wickets from one end, you would really like the other bowler from the other end to be picking up wickets as well. Kerry McGowan want to pick up wickets here, delivery on the onside. And the substitute keeper, that's Henry, is moving away to his left, stopping it and preventing any possibility of a run. So Jakes is on 12. Flat and fast. And he just punched it, square the wicket for an easy single. Jakes has moved on to 13 with that single. Wickham has come into strike. So no change in the field. The fielder at long off has remained. There's also a long on. There's a fielder down at back of the square. As go will go around the wicket.
Oh my word, one Spencer.
He's swinging into the onside, down towards Spencer. With a good save, running away to his left. The body line delivery and swung away by Kevin Wickham. He's on 1 with that single. 75. Target is 229. So the delivery on the onside, and the keeper did well as standing keeper, substitute keeper Henry, moving to his left, who collected well. So goal will continue from that far end. This time it's outside the off stump, looking to play square. The wicket came from the inner portion of the bat, and Hayden Walsh would eventually get there, as Cornwall also was going after it, but Walsh got there before him, and they were able to get 2 runs. But it was a delivery was looking to play it square. The wicket came from the inner portion of the bat, went past the off stump and down towards the final area for 2. The Jakes would have to be careful. We have seen in the Leeward's innings, some Henry would have been bowled from the inside edge. Flat and fast delivery. And over is completed. 4 runs coming from the over. And the Barbados 77 for 2 after 23.
Yeah, an interesting over. In that over, he nearly dragged on 1. Luckily for him, it went past the stumps. But an interesting over there. And again, Gary, in a situation like this, you really would want somebody like Doran to be at the top of his game and to be bowling from one end with Cornwall. But really hasn't been at his best for the season.
That is why you would have seen Karim Agor has been brought into the attack before him. Cornwall is continuing from this immediate centre end. Cornwall has picked up 2 wickets, and he would have to bowl a long spell if the Leewards are to put pressure on Barbados. So he's in his 8th over, picking up 2 for 10. Wickham is facing, he's on 1. Cornwall looking to tease the new batter. There's a slip, there's a backward point, there's an extra cover and the mid-off. The 2 fielders short on the onside for the flick off the pad in the air. He's looking to sweep, he's getting it down towards long leg. The fielder has some running to do, and he has not stopped it. It has gone into the boundary for 4. Body line, and Kevin Wickham got it down towards the boundary for 4. On the leg stump, all he had to do was get back on it. He did it, and the fielder coming across diving, but he went almost, he dived over it and went under his hand and into the boundary for 4. Should have probably should have stopped it because he got to it. That's Casey Carty, but it was a bad delivery. So with that 4, the total has gone on to 81 for 2. 148 runs required by Barbados. They have all of the 8 wickets in hand. And there's Durham at a short mid-on, just on the edge of the square, couldn't stop that. And easy single down to Mikhail Louis at long on, so 1 more to the total. So Durham is on edge of the square for anything that would leave the bat in the air. Flight the delivery on the onside, and he just turn it around the corner for another single. So over number 24 has come to an end, and Barbados, they're 83 for 2.
And still going along nicely despite the loss of that 2nd wicket. They know that their target is only 229 and that they have lots of time. No time pressures on them whatsoever. They continue to score above 3 runs and over. That's 3.46 runs and over. And so Wickham, who is on 6, Drake's on 16, looking to get themselves together in a good partnership here, as Daniel Doran now comes into the attack from the far end.
Well, he has a final opportunity for the season to redeem himself. If he can get a good bowling spell and pick up some wickets and put Barbados under pressure and win the match for the Leewards, then he might feel satisfied with these days' work. But I'm sure he has not been at his best and must be disappointed with the way he has bowled for the season. But he has been brought into the attack from the far end. He has replaced Karim Agor. He will be going between the umpire and the stumps. Barbados, there's a 229 that they'll have to score. So Leewards really batted poorly in the 2nd innings. And we saw William Simmons would have picked up 6 wickets. Bowled a steady line and length on the off stump. Some of the Leeward batsmen played some poor shots. And there is Kevin Wickham just guiding it past Cornwall. Just dropping the hand, opening the face of the bat. Diving effort by Walsh. Couldn't stop the single. Barbados calling to go in at 2.4 runs per over.
Oh, none's light.
Durham is in his 1st over. Good tumbling save by the youngster Light Brown at a straightish mid wicket. Ball just turning to the onside. He was diving away to his right. Stopped it, not cleanly, but he kept it close enough to him to prevent any possibility of a run. That exposure certainly be good for and that's a poor effort there by Durham. Should have stopped it and prevent the possibility of a run. When the total is small, you need to try and save as many runs as possible. And I thought he made a feeble attempt to stop that.
Yeah, but not just that, Gary. When you're on top of your game, balls like those, you stop them easily. And all game here, those balls have been hit back past him. They will affect his bowling figures.
So he's bowling a flat and fast delivery to bring up the end of the over. 2 runs coming from it. 85 for 2 Barbados.
welcome back to Warner Park. And I'll tell you, Gary, update you on that game being played in Trinidad. Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana Happy Eagles. Trinidad and Tobago declared the inning at 370 for 9. So by my math, they have asked Guyana if they're interested in chasing 158 for victory. Remember that that is a day game.
So they have, it's about 350, 353. So we'll wait and see what will happen in the game if Guyana would want to chase it. But I don't think they need to. Cornwall need to pick up some wickets for Leewards to prevent Barbados from winning this final round match here at Warner Park. Just need 229 runs. Down the pitch, look at the swing into the onside. That's Wickham, a poor shot really. Just came down, lifted his head and looked to hit it over mid wicket. Unfortunate for him, he went into his pad because he would have missed it. Could have been a stumping chance. So Cornwall will be encouraged. Another flight to deliver on the onside. And this time Casey Carty gets around, stops it. So Wickham looking to use his feet in the previous delivery. And, didn't connect. Cornwall will continue to bowl this time to Jonathan Jakes. Jakes is take on the pad. Would have been outside the off stump from our vantage point. He was coming forward, but you can look at it on the monitor. But Cornwall seemed to think differently and seemed to be disappointed as we look at it on the monitor. He was coming forward, taking on the pad. Ooh. Might have been just struck millimeters outside the off stump.
Marginally.
So another good decision by Jacqueline Williams. Was coming onto the front foot. His ball was coming back towards him. A strong appeal by Cornwall. Not given in the affirmative by Jacqueline Williams. Cornwall will have to try once more. Still wondering why the umpire didn't give that in the affirmative. So short into the onside. Scrambling save by Karim Maguire. Cornwall is in his 9th over, 2 for 17. As a matter of fact, the over has been completed over number 26, and Barbados the 86 for 2.
And a good over by Cornwall. So Barbados still ahead of the game, still scoring at close to 3.4 runs and over, and they just need another 143 runs if they are to win this game. But what you notice in the game is that every now and again, Cornwall draws an error from these batsmen, and so the umpires have been called upon to make some decisions.
All right, so Doran will continue from that far end, pushed it down into the offside. So it's 86 for 2. And he pushes it down into offside, down to cover. As Doran is bowling his second over from that far end. And there is Wickham driving over long off for 6. So we're seeing 3 sixes so far in the Barbados inning. Delivery was played over long off for 6. Good shot, Carlisle.
Very good shot. And again, just there in the slot, Doran not putting anything behind the delivery at all. Just in, rested it down, and it was hit quite easily down the ground for 6. Doran is going to have a lot of work to do in the off-season.
So with a 6, the Barbados team progresses 6 runs closer to the target of 229. So 92 for 2. Win over number 27. As Earl Smith step back in. beside me as Durham will continue from that far end
Stop it.
and play the back down the strip and on the onside, and Durham cannot stop it. Was close enough to him again, and he has been unable to field to his own bowling. As a result, he has given up another run. Total has gone on to 93 with one delivery remaining. So things are looking easier and easier for Barbados as a single to bring up the end of the over. Some 8 runs coming from that over. 94 for 2 after 27. Good afternoon, Earl.
Well, good afternoon. Durham continues to give his captain headaches. In fact, when he should have been coming into the attack, the captain had to resort to Karima go from the far end. And this is a situation where the Leeward Islands do need wickets, and they need them quickly. 94 for 2, another 135 runs needed by Barbados. So Durham certainly having a poor season.
So Cornwall, who had a strong appeal in the last over, Jonathan Jakes will continue from the media center end. Delivery which is on the leg stump and an easy single. So with that single, Jakes has gone on to 19. And Barbados 95. They won the toss on the afternoon of the first after day, and they just become swinging in the air down towards the back of the square area. Lovely bit of fielding by Hayden Walsh Jr. running around to his right and stopping a boundary with a delivery which was spinning away down the onside, and there was Wickham just swinging it away down towards the back of the square area. The ball was bouncing over the head of Walsh. He stuck up his right hand and flicked it back inside the ropes, and the batters just settled. They came through for 2 runs. Or just a single, is it? So Cornwall bowls, and so 2 runs to the total with that shot. So it's 96 for 2 with a single actually, and so 1 run to bring up the end of over number 28. 97 for 2 Barbados.
Well, going along quite nicely, Barbados 97 for 2, and Cornwall is the only bowler out there so far who has been beating the bat. We saw Go earlier on. He was not incisive. He didn't offer too much of a problem to the Barbadian batsman. And Durham has come on. He has looked ordinary. As we look into the southern stand, much less people in that stand today than we have seen for the past couple of days. What the Leeward Islands need here are wickets, and Barbados going along quite nicely. They are 97 for 2, approaching 100.
So Durham will continue from that far end. And Jonathan Jakes is on 20. He's facing up to Durham. He's got some delivery which is flat and fast. Got it down towards Carry Mago at backward point. Target is 229. Good bit of fielding by Graves, running across to his right to make cover. If he had gone past him, it would have been an easy single. So they want to try and draw up the runs and see if they can put pressure on Barbados, but so far the bowling of Durham has not put any pressure on the batters. Another easy single to the total. 1 more. Takes it on to 98 for 2 in over number 29, and indeed another 131 runs. edge, past the keeper, down towards the boundary for 4. It's a flat, fast delivery. And there was Wickham looking to force into the offside, came off the outer edge, went to the just to the right of the keeper and to the left of Cornwall, who is wide at slip, and into the boundary for 4.
Well, 4 good runs there for Barbados. Might have been an edge, but did not really give a chance there and 4 more to the score, so they are much closer. In fact, that would have brought up the 100 for Barbados, 102 for 2 from 28.5 overs.
Wickham getting a delivery on the leg stump, looking to swing it into the onside, miss it. We have seen him has tendency to play that sweep shot. He has done it a few times since he has come to the middle. The over is completed, and the over in which we saw the 100 coming up for Barbados after 29 overs. They are 102 for 2.
So Dome continues to bowl. Looks quite ordinary. Doesn't suggest that he's going to pick up a wicket. And Barbados motoring along quite nicely. As we look at the, maybe speak there in the distance, and the Deepwater Harbour there in the Boardwalk area. But back to the cricket. Really and truly, Leeward Islands needs wicket here, and they do need help. The captain, Cornwall, do need some help from the other end.
So he's continuing from this to be the center end. And then we get a single eventually as the ball came off the hand. The right hand of Carrie McGraw was diving to his left as he had to move around to his left, and he had to dive. The ball came off the hand. 1 more to the total. Cornwall is in his 11th over, and they still put on a partnership of 30. And Wickham is pulling out the sweep shot again as the ball touching down just about the center stump and spinning down the onside, so he's not afraid to sweep. Got it down to Kesey Carty, another single to the total. It has gone on to 104. Cornwall has been straying down the onside in this over. You don't want to get back on, and that off stump line is starting a bit too straight. This one is more on the off stump, and push it down to extra cover where they stop the short fielder. Landeford is in the way he feels. The ball just turning slowly into the right-hander batsman. The over is completed. 104 it is for 2 Barbados.
Yes, Barbados going on.
Durham will continue from that far end. 3 overs, none for 15, so he's going at 5 runs per over. Barbados currently going at 2.47 runs per over.
Oh, nice. Nice double.
So Wickham has quickly gone up to 21 from 22. So he's scoring quickly. He wants to get this game over and done with. And a victory here for Barbados could very well see them placed in second.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
Cornwall is a slip.
Going,
Hayden Walsh at backward at short third man. There's a point, a cover point in the boundary, extra cover, and a long off. Kevin Wickham has scored quickly since he has come to the middle. He has struck a 6. He's struck 6 over, a long off. I think the one is trying to bowl a bit too fast. He need to loop it, but his confidence will be low because he has not been bowling well for the season. So he's probably trying as best as possible to keep things tight without giving away too many runs. Another flat and faster delivery, unable to stop it moving away to his right, and we get another easy single. Just the 1-1 coming from the over so far, but I think he's bowling a bit too fast, too flat. Another good stop by Graves. That extra cover to the end of the over. 1-1 coming from it. Barbados in search of 229 for victory. They are 105 for 2.
Yes, of course, he might be bowling a bit flat and fast, but I think he would have done the right thing in that over. Just conceding 1 run. And what Cornwall would not want to be happening at the other end is runs leaking. In Dome's previous over, he leaked a number of runs. In fact, he would have conceded 2 boundaries in that particular over, but the last one just a single. So
I'm sure Cornwall will give up a boundary or 2 in that over and pick up a wicket or 2 as well, because you need to pick up a wicket. Containing Barbados is not going to prevent them from winning.
But at the same time, Durham needs to get his line and length, and he needs to settle. And he has been leaking runs. No point he operating and just leaking runs. And of course, they need to build a bit of pressure on the Barbadian batsman.
So Cornwall has been trying to do that. He has picked up 2 wickets. And in his mind, he should have gotten the wicket of Jonathan Jakes, who was struck on the pad. But in the estimation of umpire Williams, might have been struck outside the off stump.
Well, it's not played in the mind, you know. The umpire is in the position to make a decision whether it's wrong or right. So at the end of the day, that is what matters.
They get a fine tickle. Goes down towards fine leg. It should get close to the boundary, and it would cross the ropes just about now for 4. Body line, and he got it off the pad. As a matter of fact, down towards the boundary for 4. The runs are coming. Doesn't matter how they come. 4 more runs to Barbados.
Yes, a badly lined delivery there by Walsh. A poor delivery, in fact, and perhaps looking to be a bit straight to the batsman. Of course, he has a mid-on, long on, short mid-wicket, and a square leg and a long leg in place.
Swinging in the air, down towards Walsh is going to take the catch. And Wickham has been dismissed. Caught, he was looking to say a similar shot, and he got it down towards Walsh. He has taken the catch, and Wickham has been dismissed for 23. Barbados 111 for 3.
It was always on the cards. Wickham was looking ultra aggressive this afternoon. We saw him bringing out a number of sweep shots, and in the end his aggression proved to be his downfall, and the Leewards getting another wicket. But the wickets are just 3, and like I said, Durham has not been good this season. He does not look like taking a wicket, and I think at this point he would like to try and tighten up things a bit. And sometimes pressure from one end could bring the downfall of a batsman. And if the runs are not coming from the other end, then they might be tempted to take more chances against Cornwall. But at this point, with Durham not having a good season, I don't think that he would want to try too many things at this point. He should be trying to keep it as tight as possible from the far end and settling into a good line. And once he feels a bit more confident, then he could try a bit more.
So Kyle Mayers made 33 in the first inning. Struck 5 4s and 1 6. He's come to the middle. He faced some 29 deliveries then. And he's coming in now with Barbados on 111 for 3.
Could be interesting here too.
Cornwall, he has picked up 3 wickets, 3 for 24 with 1 delivery remaining in his 12th over. He will go around the wicket to Mayers. And Mayers will get a single eventually because Cornwall was not interested in stopping it. And so the over is completed. With that over completed, Barbados losing the third wicket in that over, 111 for 3.
Yes, a good breakthrough there for the Leewards, but they need a lot more breakthrough at this point. And looks like a bowling change from the far end. And a better move. The one has been ineffective in his spell. The Graves, who could keep it tight and also pick up wickets, has been brought back from the far end. So this is a good move by Cornwall.
Well, let us hope that, because Graves in his previous spell was bowling a bit too wide outside the off stump, you would want to attack the stumps and try and keep things and pick up wickets. He was a bit too wide in his first spell. Let us see how he will bowl in this second spell this time around. So for Graves, Cornwall, he's a slip. There is a backward point. There's a point on the boundary. Extra cover on the boundary as well, and a long off. And then there were 4 fielders out on the boundary on the onside, and we will now see Mikhail Louis has come over into the offside, but all of the fielders on the onside are on the boundary, just 2 as a matter of fact.
So what they're looking to do here is to bowl one side of the pitch.
So the first delivery is outside the off stump. Kyle love the onside, anything short. He will look for a short arm swing or into the onside.
Length is important also. He should not be going too short for Mayers.
We can't get too straight as well because it's a big gap on the onside. Good line just on about the off stump, and Mayers is not going to be tempted in the first innings when he got the wicket of Kyle Mayers. The previous delivery, just before he bowled that delivery, sent the fielder down at back of the square on the boundary. Maybe Kyle Mayers thought he was going to get a short delivery, but he touched down just on about the off stump. He was pushing at it, and it was out caught. Sure you remember that, as Graves turns at the far end. A bit too wide outside the off stump, much wider than the first 2 deliveries. And Mayers is not going to be tempted, at least not as yet. Let us see how long he will restrain himself.
Well, this is a bit too wide, but probably it's some gamesmanship going on out there. The plan for Graves here obviously is to bowl outside the off stump, not too straight, of course.
Cornwall couldn't get down at slip, and they were able to get a single, played it down towards slip, and Cornwall coming across to his left was unable to get down, and they got a single. So Mayers is off the mark. He's on 113 for 3 Barbados.
Interesting the way I put it just now, he couldn't get down. Long way to go down, a big man. And the ball was through him before he was even halfway.
So the field changes over for Jonathan Jakes. He's the right-hander. He's on 23. Barbados currently going at 3.46. Target is 229. That's wide. Outside the off stump, too wide. And Jonathan Jakes just watches it go through to be taken behind by the keeper.
That one looked pretty wide. It's surprised that it wasn't called wide by the umpire.
Well, it seemed tough passing, just on the line or just inside. Maybe we can look at it again on the monitor, but good call by the umpire from what I've seen, as Jakes will continue from that far end. Too wide outside the off stump. This is a little wider than the first delivery, But umpire has decided it's a fair delivery. The over is completed as we look at it on the monitor. Yeah, that's inside.
Just inside.
So a good call by the umpire. Over is completed. And Barbados are 113 for 3 there. 116 runs away from victory.
Yes, just about halfway there. 113, 116 to get. And with just some 3 wickets down. As you look at the past the harbour.
So Cornwall will continue from the media centre end. He has picked up the 3 wickets that have fallen for Barbados. As the wickets are not coming from the other end. And they would want to be picking up wickets on both ends if they are to win. But Barbados looking like they will win this. But cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. Leewards came into the second innings with a lead of 129 and they folded for 99. Mayers has replaced Wickham, who was out caught down on the boundary. He's on 2.
Doesn't look too confident at the moment, though, Mayers.
He's pushing down into the offside. So Cornwall would want to keep things tight, put some pressure on Mayers. Mayers is a batter who loves to get after the bowling. He was onto the back foot, maybe thinking about playing it in the offside. Then after he played the shot, he just had a glance down in the mid-wicket area. Maybe saying another delivery in this, with this length, he's going to pull you into the onside. Goes back onto the back foot again. Cannot pace the field. Good tight over. Completed a maiden over by Cornwall, 113 for 3.
Yes, and building pressure, Cornwall. And of course, it's important. We had it 2 maiden overs in succession. But yes, it's not a huge total, but it's also important though to build pressure on these batsmen. Not giving easy runs away, not allowing the runs to flow too freely. And for that reason, Durham was quickly pulled out of the attack because he was giving the runs away and he looked rather ineffective.
So Graves will continue from that far end. And he was be hoping that Graves can pick up a wicket in this over. Jonathan Drakes has been there for some time. He's faced some 51 deliveries. Would want to prevent the possibility of a wicket. He came across the stumps because he realized that Graves has been bowling wide of the off stump. So he came across and got it down towards the backward point area for a single. 1 more to the total. Kyle Mayers, who was in 2, comes into strike. And he was moving early as well. I thought that maybe Graves could have changed the line, maybe bowl a straighter delivery. But he continued with the wide delivery on the off stump.
Barbados batsmen, they would not want to get too bogged down here. And they would like to keep the scoreboard moving. They're currently going at 3.34 runs per over. And when they batted the first time around, they kept going at over 4 runs per over.
So Mayers is coming onto the front foot beaten. Taken behind by the keeper.
This is good from Graves. Mayers is the type of batsman who like to feel baton to ball. And Graves is not allowing him to do so. And this could induce a fault shot from the batsman Mayers.
So this time he got a single. He was coming across the stump. This one was pitched up a little further. Kyle Mayers pushed it down to deep cover. The youngster came in off the boundary. A single to the total. Takes it down to 104.15. With 3 deliveries remaining in that over. So Barbados need 229, so they're 114 away. The Leewards will have to pick up 7 wickets if they are to prevent Barbados from winning. And they have no one else to blame but themselves because they poor batting display in the second innings. Another wide delivery outside the off stump. Graves was coming across, but he just allowed it to go through to be taken by the keeper. Maybe Jake's trying to frustrate the Barbados batters. Maybe want to lure them into a false shot.
Tricks, yes, he's from Barbados, but that's Graves at the far end. But he's bowling to a plan though. And the Drakes has picked up his plan. Moving across. There he goes.
So that's what I'm saying, he's moving early, and I think that's Jakes or Graves can change his line of attack and see if he can put some pressure on the batter. But the field will change over for the left-handed Kyle Mayers, who is in 3 with a single. Total has gone on to 116. 1 delivery remaining in that over from Graves. Graves is in his 7th over, none for 22. So at the end of this over, Carlisle will come in to replace me. Barbados still need another 113 runs to win. There's his driving square wicket. Good knockdown by Michael Louis at backward point. Over is completed. And Barbados in search of 229. They are 116 for 3.
Yes, 116 for 3. The drinks are being taken onto the field, and we'll take the opportunity also to have a drink also. So we're back with the action here. We have had one delivery since the water break. And scores 116 for 3. 117 in fact for 3, a single taken from the first delivery of this over. Welcome back, Carlisle.
Barbados continue to make good progress here in the game, looking for a win that will jump them over Trinidad and Tobago and into second place.
So Cornwall, the lone wicket taker so far. And that one seemed to have come from the outer portion of the bat and going down to slips.
Kyle Myers has been...
It's looked a bit uncomfortable also. And I don't think they have given him the length to put away. When Graves bowls to him, he's bowling just wide of the off stump.
And having said that, this one through the hands of the fielder, down on the boundary and across the boundary rope for 6.
Fielder, of course, being Mikhail Louis, was very close to the boundary edge. They might have been thinking that he was a bit close to the boundary, but the ball certainly seemed to have gone through his hands. And but if he's back and does not get the single, if Leewards are to be in with a chance, Carlisle, they would have to take everything that comes their way.
And Louis didn't take that one. Just an update on the game in Trinidad and Tobago in terms of the ball tampering. The players have now been named. And they have been named as Versami Pomal, Kevlon Anderson, and Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. They have each been found guilty of breaching the Cricket West Indies Code of Conduct in the 7th and final round of the West Indies Championship match against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at Queen's Park Oval. Pomal was fined 75% of his match fees for a level 2 breach of the Cricket West Indies Code of Conduct on day 1 of the contest. Disciplinary breach Article 2.1 to 2.5, paragraph 3.8 of the code, changing the condition of the ball in breach of law 42.3. And the charge was laid by the on-field umpires, Christopher Taylor and Kashif Sandhi, after the end of the first day. Pomal admitted to the breach and accepted the sanction proposed by the match referee, Michael Raghunath, and as such there was no need for a formal hearing. Additionally, Kevlon Anderson was fined 90% of his match fee for a similar offence on day 3.
Wow.
So one happened on day 1, this one happened on day 3.
Sounds like players are not learning. He is single into the offside, and the batsman there tricks moving across early to get in line. But you know, Carlisle, we have heard so much recently about ball tampering. You know, Australia, people like Smith and so got into trouble with this ball tampering issue. Smith, Warner, some Australians. And I'm sure players must have heard about these things.
They must have seen it, they must have followed it.
Exactly.
So, but in this instance, the first incident happened day 1.
Day 1.
So they must have heard about it. At least it should have been spoken of in the dressing room. 2 days later, on day 3, it happened again.
Yeah, so that's really unforgivable.
And not just happened again, to the extent where Kevlon Anderson was fined 90% of his match free. So this is not something that is simple, serious enough. Okay? He accepted the charge. So there was no need for a hearing. In each instance, the ball was changed with the batting team given the option to choose, and they got penalty, runs, and so on. Meanwhile, Ali Mohammed was fined 65% of his match fees.
Not a good way to end the season. Of course.
For also a level 2 breach of the Cricket West Indies code. And he at first didn't accept, but he got was Ali Mohammed initially denied the charge, which carried a fine of 60%. But following a hearing with the match referee Raghunath at the end of the opening day, he was found guilty and subsequently received a 65% fine of his match fees. So some of these players are playing for free this game, almost.
Almost, yes, but a single into the offside by Mez, and he goes to 9 with that score. But players should learn from what's happening in the past, and you sometimes wonder if they do pay attention to the historical side of the game. And when I speak of historical, I'm not speaking of decades ago. I'm speaking of the recent past. And as you rightly put it, it happened in the same game. On day 1, and then on day 3. No, that does not make sense. So, not the way a champion team would like to end their season. A team that would have played well. And Putama, here is the batsman going across. This one passing outside the line, and the wide being signalled. I know you would have mentioned earlier today, Carla, that if something is wrong with the ball, you take it to the umpire. If you need to do some trimming, let the umpire do it. Goes across once more and drives into the offside and picks up a single. But Barbados appears to be moving along quite nicely here. 127 for 3. 102 runs needed. Outside the off stump, and that shot offered by the batsman. End of the over.
Thomas is making his way back onto the field.
Bit of a conversation going on there. So, Cornwall seemed to have left the field also.
Bit of a musical cheers. Thomas on, Cornwall off, which means that there must be a bowling change at this end.
And it's Karima Gore who's been handed the ball. Leewards has to get serious about their team selection though, going forward. How serious they'll get, well, we'll have to wait until next year to see what transpires.
Go, behind.
And it has really been a case of musical chairs with the selection. 1 in, 1 out. And one out, one in. Same 2 players. But I think the Leewards lack too. They lack bowlers from what we have seen so far. Of course, we know Durham is a leading spinner. Walsh punched into the offside out towards extra cover. The young man, light brown, is across. It eludes him, goes into the boundary and 4. Really gave a spirited chase. And dived full length. He's not a tall man, but it beat him into the boundary in the end.
Under 100 now to win.
131. The score. Leewards needs a couple of penetrative bowlers, Scarlett. Of course, we'll say the track is a good one to bat on. But
if you say that, how do you explain a score of 99 all out?
Exactly. Well, we have been explaining that all season, Carl, the collapses. Don't forget the 6 for 55 and the 5 for 55.
132 for 3.
Graves will continue from the far end as the close-up shot there of the Norwegian liner in the harbour. Big ship Carlisle. Massive, good height. Good number of decks there. Let's see, probably about 13 or so. Well, started counting but taken off screen. But quite a number of decks there. Probably around 10, 12 decks. Wide of the off stump and signal 2.
96 runs to get.
Of course, this is a time when you need your captain out there. But this is the time of day that he seems to disappear into the dressing room. And he, of course, has been the wicket taker for the Leewards. Goes across, the peel goes up, but nothing. Talk about the composition of the Leeward Islands team, Carlisle, and going into next year. One doesn't know if Hamilton would want to continue with the gloves. He has had a very good season, over 500 runs this year. Next year when he gets into the tournament, if he does, he would be 35. To be 36 later in the year. We see people like Kareem Gore not consistent with the bat and playing regularly. And when we look at young Tuckett, who has made over 400 runs for the season and has the most number of dismissals. In fact, I think it would be somewhere in the 30s. And he's leading the pack by some distance. And you wonder if, he cannot get into the setup. Edged and going down towards third man. And it goes for 4.
Graves has allowed Jonathan Drakes to dictate how he bowls. I would much prefer if you were to take one of those fielders from the offside and put that fielder at mid-wicket, or bring the deep mid-wicket straight inside to mid-wicket and bowl a straighter line, because you notice that Graves is making a lot of ground towards the offside even before the ball is delivered, and and Graves is bowling wider and wider to stay out of reach. But he can't bowl wider and wider.
No,
He's going to be called wide.
Should be going straighter. And,
Exactly.
Gary would have mentioned that while he was on. The fact that the batsman is going wider and he has not given him one on the stumps, a straighter one. Here we go again. Wide outside the off stump. This time the batsman is not playing the shot.
Yeah, but you got to be looking to take wickets. You bowl like that all afternoon. What's the plan? To draw the game?
Well, this one is not going to be drawn, I can tell you. No signs of rain at the moment. And still some distance away from another session. Well, not too much distance really. Wide. And the batsman is not playing a shot. And with Cornwall off the field, the question is who's going to take wickets? Gore does not look like he's going to get one. We have seen Graves picking up wickets for the Leeward Islands, so he is where he should be in a more attacking role, closer to the stumps, bowling a bit straighter. Wide again. And this continues to be negative bowling. And this certainly is not going to bring any reward for the Leeward Islands. So 39 overs completed in this innings, 14 extras, total 137 for 3. Batwaity scored 40. And the batsman at the crease, Jonathan Drake's on 37. And Kyle Myers is on 10. Single up to mid-wicket. Light brown is off the boundary. Swan, nicely knocked down there by Spencer. Barbados doing it easy here at the moment. Another single, this time down to long on. And taking the score to 139 now for 3. Mayers has been fairly quiet in this inning so far, apart from the 1-6 struck over Windies long off. So another over comes to an end. So Graves will continue, driven into the offside, and it goes up to cover for a single. The end of this over, Gary Pemberton would join you, Carlisle. .40 for 3. Graves yet to pick up a wicket in this spell. Lots of adjustment being made to the field. See what could be described as a gully in place. There's a point, a backward point back on the boundary. Extra cover sweeping long off, long on, and a deep mid wicket. Mayers goes across to a wide one, and one wonders if Leeward's really seriously thinking of taking a wicket at this point of the game, or are they simply trying to frustrate the batsman into an error? Outside the off stump once more. And a repeat of the previous delivery outside the off stump, no shot offered. This has become rather monotonous now. We have not had the benefit of the Jumbotron throughout the day's play. Once more outside the off stump. just the batsman score on the total. The manual scoreboard, that is. And once more it goes outside the off stump, the over comes to an end. It's 140 for 3. Barbados looking to score 229 to win.
Myers on 11 and Jonathan Drake's on 39. Slow going, but they have lots of time. So that is not an issue because we are still, about 27 minutes away from the dinner break. And then after that, we have 2 hours at least. Good afternoon, Gary.
Good afternoon to you, Carlisle, as we wind down here at Warner Park with this final game. And Barbados looking, at the moment, looking set to score the remaining 89 runs to win here against the Leewards. And realize the bowling tactics of Graves to bowl wide outside the off stump to especially Kyle Mays. Has not been able to pick up a wicket. So the names of the persons who were involved in the ball tampering, Carlisle,
Have been released.
have been released.
And their fines have been administered as well.
Yeah. So that incident took place Trinidad and Tobago.
And still had an incident on day 3.
So one of the players have been fined 75% of his match fee. And so when the incident took place in 2018, with the 3 players from Australia, they received some suspension, 2 years. So ICC trying to tighten up on these incidents. So it's 140 for 3 Barbados. We're in over number 42. Jonathan Jakes has been there for a while. He's on 39. And the Leewards trying to get some more wickets, but Cornwall, the wicket taker, he has gone off the field as that maiden over has come to an end. Cornwall, who have picked up all of the 3 wickets that have fallen, has left the field, Carlisle.
But more importantly, Gary, he has spent a lot of time off the field, and not just this season, but in previous seasons. And so that is something for the Leewards to look at. Yes, he's an important player to the team in terms of the number of overs that he bowled, the fact that he helps the over rate, the fact that he gets wickets. But Cornwall is spending an increasing amount of time off the field. And you want your leader to spend more time on the field and off the field. Plus, he didn't bat in the first inning and didn't contribute much in the second inning. His batting really has not been a source of inspiration for the Leewards recently. So that is something that the board is going to have to look at.
As we come down to the end of the season, so that I'm sure they'll go and do a postmortem. Things would have gone for the Leewards, whether or not the selectors would have made the right decision, or they would have exposed enough persons, not enough players, and how they'll move forward in terms of Leeward Islands cricket for the next season.
And if the recycling works, because we have seen a lot of recycling this season.
Yes, that has certainly happened, because you have a player who was dropped from the team after a couple of matches, but he ends up back in the team before the season is finished. And normally that shouldn't happen. If you're dropped, you got to go back now and perform and try to get in the team for the next year. Regional, the Leeward Islands tournament, tell you that play is slightly held up because the physiotherapist is on the field doing some checks to Mikhail Louis, who's on the boundaries, getting a bandage being added to that right or that left knee. Probably would have picked up that injury when he fell down at long leg 2 evenings ago when he tried to take a catch. So he's back on the field, so all is well and play will continue. So yes, the Leewards would need to go back to the drawing board and see what adjustments that needs to be made, what needs to be done.
In addition to that, Gary, they would probably have to look at the batting lineup and see if they got it right this season, because on a number of occasions it seemed just to be totally out of whack. I mean, what's the point of playing Graves? He deserves a place in the side. He's among our best batsmen. But what's the point of playing him and batting him at 7?
No, he shouldn't, because he has performed over the years and an integral part of the Leeward's batting. And if Casey Carty was not performing as he should, Graves could have batted at number 3, because he has also opened the batting for Leewards before, so he couldn't number 3 if he didn't want him to open, and then Carty could have come down at 4, and
I think we missed a trick.
Karimago could have come down further in the order. But we hear Barbados trying to get to 229 and another 89 more runs. Coming up on the break of the second break, and it's the final day. Still have some loyal supporters in the stands at the far end. Still offering words of advice to Leeward to win this game and probably take him into second place. So you would have seen when Cornwall went off the field, Joel Andrew was making his way onto the field, but I think Thomas came back onto the field, so Joel Andrew would have gone back off the field. Kyle Mayers, who has faced some 35 deliveries, is on 11. Sorry, Leeward's bowlers, especially Graves, trying to frustrate the left-handed Mayers, has been bowling wide outside the off stump. With just 89 runs to go for victory, I'm sure Mayers, with the experience that he has, should not be bothered. Delivery that is pushed into the offside for a single, and Graves seems to be a bit disappointed that Carty didn't get around quickly enough to prevent that single, but the over is completed and the partnership is a 30 from 66, and Barbados continue to move closer and closer to the target of 229.
And they have shown good patience. Barbados, remember, won the toss and sent the Leewards into bat. Leewards getting up to 444 for 9 declared. The captain in Cornwall didn't come out to bat, and so that forced the declaration. When Barbados went into bat, the captain was not on the field either. And Barbados managed eventually to reach to 315 all out.
And a very wide delivery outside the off stump. This time it has been called a wide by Patrick Gustav, because Jakes has been bowling very wide up the off stump, and not Jakes, Graves has been bowling wide of the off stump, and Jakes has been looking to come across, and that one was pitched wider and signaled by the umpire.
Yesterday, the Leeward started their second inning with a lead on first inning, which you thought that they would have been able to add to comfortably. But by dinner time yesterday, the Leewards were already at 10 for 2, having lost the wickets of Louis and Henry.
So another wide delivery. If you look at Jakes and facing up to Graves, he has been moving a bit earlier. I thought maybe Graves could have changed his line of attack and probably get one on the stumps, but that wasn't the case. The over is completed, 142 for 3.
We spoke about it last over. You needed to put a fielder at mid-wicket and allow him to bowl straighter. Just bowling wider and wider. What this has caused, about 4 runs in terms of wides bowled by Graves. And so this is not helping his cause at all. So at dinner time yesterday, the Leewards were 10 for 2. And then, that's from 7 overs. what we saw was the loss of a further 8 wickets. Well, not a further 8, a further 6 wickets. And the Leewards overnight 76 for 8, with Barbados running havoc and creating all kinds of confusion in the Leewards batting lineup. Today, eventually, all out for 99.
So Kari Mago, who has been steady, but he has not been penetrative, and they was the one bowler who can pick up wickets. And at the stage where Leeward looking to win this game, but they have not been picking up wickets quickly enough, and the standing keeper has been doing a fairly good job, Carlisle.
Fairly decent job.
So Kari Mago will continue from the media centre end. And he's taken on the pad. Would have been pitched outside the leg stump, I'm sure, and missing as well, and the appeal went up. But with the left arm going around the wicket to the left-handed batter. Another delivery on the leg stump, taken by the keeper, moving smartly to his right. So we're coming up to the end of the second session, about 15 minutes to go before. I'm sure Leeward would like to pick up a wicket before the end of the session. Maybe a wicket or two.
Yeah, with Go bowling from so wide on the crease, that delivery is going to have to pitch inline and straighten. Pitching outside leg, it's not out.
Going to get a single at least. They came too quickly for the first one. They're going to come around for the second. As Hayden Walsh Jr., the concussion sub, had some money to do down towards the Thurman area from backward a point. So the over is completed with 2 runs, and at the end of it, 144 for 3 Barbados. So Barbados inching closer and closer. Cornwall 3 for 22. And no other bowler has picked up a wicket for the Leewards. Jonathan Jakes continued. Barbados came in at number 3. We only got to 16. But I've gotten a couple of centuries for the season. I'm sure he will want to come not out, with Barbados needing 85 runs to win. He's on 39. It'd be difficult for him to score 60 out of the runs remaining, but you never know. And he's going to get chance of almost a chance of a run out, as Casey Carty was moving away to his right, and the ball was played into the offside. He knocked it down. There was a bit of a hesitation, but they got through for the single in the end. And with that single, the total has gone on to 145. So field changes over for the left-handed Kyle Mayers. He's on 14 from 42. Not accustomed to associate slow going with someone like Kyle Mayers. But the bowlers have been bowling just wide outside the off stump, so he has not been giving him those deliveries that he can swing into the onside to cut square the wicket. This time he's coming across and slapping it for a single down to long off. So this is the final day of the regional Super 50, or the regional 4-day championship, sorry. And I'm sure the selectors will sit down, if they have not been sitting down and discussing the possibility of the possible test squad. I'm sure Graves will be thinking that he would be a part of that. And Jakes will get a single. 1 more to the total. So it is the Barbados team doing it in singles. No need to worry. They're not under any pressure. We still have another session after this. But if Leewards can pick up a few wickets, maybe can put some pressure on the batters. But for now, things are looking fairly easy for Barbados. things were looking easy for the Leewards on day one. But then yesterday they made things difficult for themselves. Jakes is in his 12th over, none for 37. And Kyle Mayers has faced some 44 deliveries for his 15. Jonathan Jakes 41 from 82. Delivery wide outside the off stump. We saw a delivery which went through the slips from, I think it was Jakes. There was a fielder, but it was not in the first slip area. I think it was like in third. And maybe if the fielder was in first slip, there would have been a possibility of a catch. And that ball went through the vacant to first slip over. That was a couple overs ago. And it went down towards the boundary for 4. And so I've still decided to stick with the gully instead of a slip. I think that the ball will, because of the pace of Graves, the ball would probably go towards gully. As we get a single into the offside as Graves. He had to come across the stumps because he's aware that Graves is looking to bowl at a wide line outside the off stump, and he just push it for a single to bring up the end of the over. And the total has gone on to 148 for 5 after 45 overs.
And the question of ball tampering, Gary, it's very, very serious charge. And you have to look at that. On day one, you had that first incident happening. You would think that the team would have some discussions in the dressing room and they would talk about it, and that you wouldn't hear something like that happening again in the very same game.
Yes. So there's Mayers looking to slap it, square the wicket, missed it. Taken behind by the standing keeper, the substitute keeper, Henry.
Norwegian is taking its leave from the Port Zante here in St. Kitts.
As the cruise ship season is coming to an end, or I think in the middle of the month, I think is the official end of the cruise season. And Barbados cruising to victory. They just need another 81 runs. Leewards would have to pick up 7 wickets. On the leg stump, he will get some runs. The ball is going down towards fine leg. He will flick it back. Good effort, and they are coming back for the 3rd run. So a body line delivery was played down towards the fine leg area, and the fielder had some running to do down towards fine leg. 3 runs to the total, and with those 3 runs, 150 for the Leewards coming up. And the fielder looks like Joel Anjo actually is on the field. So the 150 coming up for Barbados in over number 46. Score will continue from this media center end. He's in his 10th over. It has been completed. 10 overs, none for 32. End of it. The latest score here at Warner Park, 151 for 3 Barbados. So Graves will continue from that far end, and we see the footballers warming up down on the grass banks. They're told that they have 2 games this evening, one at 6, and the other should be starting at 8 o'clock. The game last evening was a 0-0 draw. Village versus St. Peter's. So this is football. 2 matches played this evening and 2 matches as well tomorrow evening. So when this match is completed, maybe some of the players can take in some of the football. 151 for 3. The target is 229. Maybe another 78 runs as Graves will continue from that far end. This time Mayers is guiding it down towards the back of the point area for a single. Just a dove on the square has been there all match long. I said it was there a couple of days ago. Came back. He was there when Casey Carty was batting. Brought a message to Casey, but obviously Casey did not carry out the instruction that was given to him. I'm sure he was telling Casey to try and bat and make a century. Graves is bowling wide outside the off stump. That has been his consistent line in this spell. Sometimes bowling a bit too wide. And the dove is there. Doesn't seem like you want to go anywhere, Carlisle. In our days, we used to have to go in the hills to see the doves, but now
That
they're
is
coming
true.
to us.
I think they stayed away, Gary, because you were so accurate with your catapult.
So, but the dove is on the square, and some changes been made to the field. A youngster, light brown, has been brought into the onside. So there's, Carlisle, describe this field for me, please. Only one fielder is on the onside as far as I can see. So Graves will be bowling obviously wide outside the off stump. Let us see what will be the approach of Jakes. And obviously looking to come across his stump, and Graves did not deliver.
It's not a field that I can agree with, Gary, because it says to the batsman, listen, I'm going to be bowling very wide of the off stump, because if you get straight, there is only the fielder down at long on. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but it's a modern game. We saw Guyana doing the same thing in the game here.
So bowling 8 fielders on the offside, 1 on the on.
If I'm running in and bowling like that, Gary, I want to give myself the chance of getting a wicket.
Definitely. Graves have been bowling that line very wide outside the off stump. He has not been successful in terms of picking up wickets. And that is what the Leewards would want, pick up wickets with the small total that Barbados have to score, have to chase, 229. Still a good batting strip at Warner Park. He's unable to pierce the field. Casey Carty at backward point field. So there's a gully. There's a third man. There's a point on the boundary. There's a point. There's a cover point. There's a cover on the boundary. Extra cover. And a long off. Those are the fielders on the offside, and the lone fielder on the onside is down at long on. And there is Jakes coming across the stumps and just turn it for a single. So who would have been hoping to get it squarer, but would have picked up more runs as a single. The total moves on by 1 with that single. And so Kyle Mayers, the left hand, the field changes over. But for Mayers it will be a 7-2 field. So 2 fielders will be on the onside for Kyle Mayers. So a similar line of attack for the left-handed Mayers. Might be able to get in another over before the second break. There's a few minutes to go. So he has shifted Doran. So Doran has now gone into a gully. point area. Two fielders square the wicket short on the offside. And the Mayers was coming across his stump looking to turn it into the onside. The over is completed, 153 for 3. We'll wait and see if this will be break. But Barbados inching closer to victory.
I think we're going to get in another over.
Sure, yeah. So Leewards were bundled out for 99 in the second inning. They would have had a lead of 129. Didn't really capitalize on that lead, and Barbados took full advantage. They dismissed the Leewards for 99. So Raymond Simmons picking up 6 for 27 from his 14 overs, 4 maidens. The crime of will continue, and was looking to whip it into the onside as Jonathan Jakes came off the pad, went down into the offside. So he wouldn't want to give up his hand in what is possibly the last over before the break. This time he's correctly forward. So Jakes has been there for some time, so he would want to come not out, add to his tally for the season. So he has scored some 2 centuries, and he would want to end at least with a not out. He's out. He came forward. The ball came from the bat, maybe went behind him. He was out of his crease. The keeper did well to pick it up and broke the stumps. And Jonathan Jakes has been dismissed by the run-out route. He played it into his pads, off his bat into his pad. It went behind him, and the keeper took to pick up the ball and broke the stumps. And Barbados have lost their 4th wicket on the fall of the second break here on the final day.
I'm going to put him down as stumped, Gary. And they will have to tell me otherwise. But I'll put him down as stumped. But yes, and another wicket for the Leewards. 153 for the loss of 4 wickets now. And that coming right on the break. And so you see what can happen when you look for wickets rather than attempting to bowl wide. Maybe he was a little bit frustrated. But then again, when you look at that, Gary, it was a delivery which was straight and which you're coming up to the break, or even if you're not coming up to a break, you expect a good batsman to be able to defend that delivery. But he was looking to work that delivery, coming inside of the delivery, looking to work it, and caused himself a half century, caused himself a wicket. But at the break, we tell you that Barbados are 153 for 4. They still require another 76 runs to win this game. When we come back from the dinner break, they'll be doing that under the lights.
Good evening and welcome back to One O'Clock in the last session of this last day of the last round game here at One O'Clock. And Carrimago is completing the over that he started over 40 minutes ago. And its over is completed, so Jonathan Jakes would have been dismissed in the last over before the break. And Carlisle and Smith said that he was stumped, but based on on what is listed here, said he was run out by Henry for 42 from 92 deliveries. But the fact is that they have lost 4 wickets. And good evening and welcome back, Smith.
Well, that run-out story is kind of debatable, but I guess we'll get more on that. But the position here is that Barbados, they need another 76 runs to win this match. And you've seen some negative bowling by the Leeward Islands with 40, wide of the off stump by Graves especially. But it was Gore who eventually came back and picked up a wicket.
I thought you said that they when Graves was bowling wide of the stumps an hour ago, you said that was a good tactic by the Leewards.
No, I didn't say that. I said that was the plan, but I didn't say it was a good tactics. I said what I said essentially is that Leewards would be hoping to get things tight, to keep things tight and try and dry up the runs. But, you know, it was ultra negative. I mean, we saw balls very wide of the off stump. The batsman signaled his intention moving across early, and Graves went wider and wider. And not for one moment did I suggest that was a good tactic.
So it's going to be Spencer who has been brought into the attack from the far end in the last session of the last day. Barbados needs another 76 runs. Leewards need 6 wickets.
Yes, and what we would have discussed too is that, you know, there's so much time left in this game. I don't think that Leewards could really draw this match. Most importantly, also Cornwall, who picked up the first 3 wickets, he had to leave the field. So
Spencer will continue from that far end and continue with that wide line outside the off stump. Keeper, the substitute keeper, couldn't stop it, and they're able to go through for a bye.
So most importantly, they do not have the services of their captain. Graves, of course, he has been a wicket taker for them, but he was a bit too negative, you know, too wide of the off stump for most parts.
154 for 4. Target is 229, so they need another 75 runs. I'm sure if Leewards can pick up a couple of wickets, they might feel like they're in with a chance.
Well, it's cricket, you know, and Barbados has had their collapse also. We sub out Boucher in the first innings. It did not look too comfortable, did not last long. And so, if they could pick up a wicket or 2 here, especially if they could get the wicket of Mears early in the piece, they could probably think that they might be in with a chance.
Still have the Centurion from the first innings.
Yes, I'm not forgetting that, of course, but, you know, scoreboard pressure and batting a second time.
So another wide delivery outside the off stump, and Boucher, who replaced Jakes, who was out for 42. He faced some 92 deliveries, and it is listed as a run out on the scorecard. Earl thinks he's a stumping.
Well, the thing is, I mean, the scores listed it as that. I don't know otherwise, but that could be confirmed eventually.
Another wide delivery, 2 wide outside the off stump to tempt the new batsman Boucher. And with the new batter, I think you would want to make him play.
Yes,
You're trying to
certainly.
get wickets. You need to make him play.
Certainly. Batsman, I could tell you, was not attempting a run. He was left stranded, and the keeper broke the stumps. So that's debatable.
So the shadows beginning to lengthen here at Warner Park. And Boucher is getting another wide delivery. And bowling to a 8-1 field spin. Have you ever bowled to a 8-1 field in your day when you used to play cricket?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. And that calls for control. We have seen a lot of this here at Warner Park over the last couple of weeks, where there are just one or two fielders on the onside. But certainly, it calls for good control by the bowler, but leaves the bowler with few options. Cannot go to straight. And perhaps that might have been one of the issues when Graves was bowling. He was afraid to go too straight because there was not a packed onside field.
So Go will continue from this immediate centre end. He's in his 12th over. He has not picked up a wicket as yet. And Mayers will pick up an easy single. So Mayers will just want to settle after the break. He was scoring slowly before the dinner break. He was getting lots of wide deliveries. Boucher, who has faced some 6 deliveries, will be facing up to Karim Agor. So for Boucher, there is a short third man. There's a point on the boundary, extra cover and a mid-off. The fielders encouraging Karim Agor. He has been steady, but has not really been penetrative. His last couple of overs have been pretty tight. And might have caused the downfall of Jakes. So he's trying to keep things tight and maybe pick up another wicket or two. And could put some pressure on Barbados. So Barbados will still feel like they're in with a chance with 74 runs required. They have the entire session to make 74 runs if they so desire to bat the entire session. And
you said they still feel that they're in with a chance. I think from the time play started today, I would have thought that they strongly felt that they were in it with a very good chance.
Well, they have lost 4 wickets, and even though they have lost 4 wickets, they still feel like they still think that they're in with a chance.
Well, I think they would think they have the edge at the moment. You reminded me a while ago that the Centurion is still to come. I'm not saying that they're going to win, but if you do a comparison now, if you do the win percentage, you might see that Barbados might be 80% to Leeward Islands 20%. And, it's a bit lopsided at the moment, but anything can happen. What Leewards need to do is to take a couple wickets here, but we have not seen any suggestion from any of the bowlers that they're going to pick up a wicket anytime shortly. But we did see Spencer in the last match come back and having a very good spell and picking up some 6 wickets in the end.
So they're still bowling to this field. We have 1 field on the onside. All of the other fielders are on the offside, which means that Spencer will have to be bowling wide of the off stump.
Interesting field to there seems to be 2. They're a bit too deep to be called gully, but 2 fields when crouching there at in a more or less backward point position, very close to each other.
Well, if you have 8 fielders on the offside, Smitten, you must have two fielders close. Not in the slips, but
well, it's not just the fact that you would have fielders close, but the fact that they are placed in that position there, perhaps looking for an outside edge, a thick outside edge, which would carry to them.
I think outside edge would not go down to that deep. That's a
Well,
backward
most
point.
like most
Must be a square cut or something. I think outside edge would never reach down there. With the pace of Spencer, I don't think a thick outside edge would
well,
reach
that's
there.
debatable. I don't think they're deep enough. A square cut would go past them to the right of both of those players.
That must be wide. And this is, I don't think this is good bowling by Leewards. The good tactic is they're bowling too wide of the off stump. You need to be getting wickets. You would not be restricting Barbados or preventing Barbados from scoring 79 runs in the next 2 hours if they bat. But so you need to try and bowl straight. Set a different field and try and get a wicket. But the Leewards have decided that they will have 8 fielders on the offside. Just the lone fielder down at long on. Boucher is not going to be tempted. Just need to get it closer. Because if you can get it with just the one field on the onside, you can get a delivery just on about the off stump and moving away outside the off stump. The batter might be seeing the delivery on the center stump and looking to play across the line, and you might get an outside edge, but you don't have any fielders close enough to get an edge. And with so many fielders on the offside, maybe you could have a slip.
I think that would have been a better bet rather than having those 2 fielders there crouching at what you could call a deep, 2 deep gullies, backward point. I think they might have been better served with. Is the man on the third man boundary?
Yeah, so you need to have fielders a slip if you were gonna.
Exactly, that's what I'm exactly saying. A slip would have been better served in this instance.
But the captain, the standing captain, the acting captain is Casey Cartier, thinking different too. Not a wide delivery, almost a wide. Boucher went after it, missed it. Taken behind by the keeper.
Those 2 fielders could confuse each other if a catch come to them. They are that close.
So as the sun set here in Bastia, dying stages of this final game here in the regional competition. And Guyana would have won. So he goes down to third man for a single. So Boucher with that single will go on to 2. And the over is completed 158 for 4.
Yes, 1.
So Go will continue from this immediate center end. He will want to get a wicket. Delivery creating a little bit of anxiety for Boucher. Stretching onto the front foot. And he's looking back anxiously. Keeper came from behind the stump. Keeper Henry. So if you're wondering why Henry is behind the stumps, Jamal Hamilton was substituted out of the game to the concussion sub, and here he was replaced by Hayden Walsh Jr. Okay, swinging to the onside, a low appeal, he's given out. So Boucher has been out playing a rush shot, looking to swing into the onside, a delivery just on about the off stump, moving away outside the off stump, went to swing into the onside, into the vacant mid-wicket area, edge found, and the substitute keeper has taken a good catch.
Poor shot there by the batsman, swinging across the line of that one and taking the edge and being out caught behind, looking to swing it into the onside. And I did suggest earlier on that he batted quite poorly in the first innings, and I'm not surprised that he got out that way. And 5 down, the Centurion is coming to the crease now. And this is a very critical partnership for Barbados.
Seems to have a bundle of energy, that player. Ford, he has a lot to say when he's in the field. He's always saying something to the players, whether it's his teammates or the opposition. He seems to be a very animated type of player. But he's in the middle now, and let us see what will happen. Barbados losing the 5th wicket. Still needs 71 runs, so this game seems as though it's getting a little tighter and tighter, Smitten.
Well, yes, that wicket, of course, but, you know, I was not surprised that they were able to get the wicket of Boucher. This is the critical partnership, and here's where they need to get rid of Ford as quickly as possible. He has been in good form this season. He has had 100, he has had 2 half centuries, and one of those half centuries, 66, not out. So he's in very good form, and he's full of confidence also. So they would like to see the back of Ford as quickly as possible, and thus applying more pressure onto the Barbados batting.
So his first delivery is outside the off stump. And so Gore want to keep things tight. So there are 2 fielders on the onside for Gore, a mid wicket on the fence, and a straight mid wicket and a long on. 2 wide outside the off stump. And give him an easy single as the fielder Lander Ford came in off the boundary. So another single to the total. So the 2 substitutes are still on the field for Leewards.
Thomas is off, the captain is off.
So another single to the total. And the over is completed, over number 52, and Barbados 160 for 5.
This is a critical, very critical partnership here between these two. And Barbados certainly would not like to lose another wicket in the near future. Another wicket here, and the pressure would be on Barbados, and that 80-20 win ratio could suddenly go down to 40-50 or 40-60. So another wicket here, and of course this would put the batting team under some pressure. Not that they're not under pressure at this point, having lost a wicket just before the dinner break and then one shortly after. So Leeward's striking back pretty quickly.
So Spencer will continue from that far end to bowl to Kyle Mayers. So Mayers is an experienced player. He's on 22. With that single, he'll move on to 23. And Ford will come into strike. He's on 1. He made 120 in the first inning. Barbados 161 for 5. The target is 229. So they need another 68 runs.
Mayers has batted more responsibly in this innings so far. In the first innings we saw him looking to get after everything, but in this innings he has been more sedate. He has not been going for the big shots. Started a bit uncomfortably, but seemed to have settled in quite nicely.
So for Ford, the fielders out on the offside, and it seems as though they will continue with the same 8-1 field. 8 fielders are on the offside, and just the 1 fielder down at long on. So let us see how Ford will approach the bowling of Spencer, who is bowling from that far end. He was looking to turn a delivery into the onside, and this is exactly what I was speaking about. Bowl a much tighter line on the off one. The batsman will probably look to play into the onside where you have a big gap. He was trying to do that. The ball came from the outer portion of the bat, went in the air, but it dropped well short of any of the fielders on the offside.
Yes, ill-advised shot there by Ford. Lots of time left in the game still, and I should have been playing with a straighter bat.
So Spencer will continue from that far end. So Mayer's experienced player.
Showing it here. This has been a more controlled innings from him.
He's on 23. 23 from 59. Barbados still needs 67 runs. The Leewards still need 5 wickets as well. They are to win. Another wide delivery outside the off stump, dropping in front of keeper. So I started to give to let the public know why Henry is doing duties behind the stump. So we tell you that Jamal Hamilton was substituted out of the game due to a concussion injury, and his place was in the team was taken by Hayden Walsh Jr. and the second wicket keeper in the team, Joel Andrew, started doing keeping duties, but he was struck on the thumb from a delivery from Thomas, which went down the onside, dropped in front of him. He went to his left trying to stop it. Ball came off his hand, and he seemed to have sustained an injury, and he has since left the field, and he left the Leewards with no choice but to go to the next best choice, and they decided to go with Karim Magor. He's an opening batsman, and normally you're looking around your team for a keeper, you most times look at one of the openers or the number 3 batter, and that's why Henry is behind the stumps. And Kyle Mayers got a wide delivery outside the off stump. He followed it and got a single. So with that single, he has gone on to 24, and the total has gone on to 163 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yes, and I think you might have said there were 2 emergency fielders on. In fact, there are 3. They are the 2 youngsters, Light Brown, not too sure who the other youngster is, and of course Landerford is also on. So there are 3 on. Thomas, the captain, the wicket keeper, Joel Andrew, they are all off.
So there could ill afford any other fielder to go off. I might have to be fielding with 10.
Well,
or maybe Smitten might have to put on his white and
provide
some assistance.
The physio, he had done the white yesterday, so he probably could do some service also.
Seen 2 deliveries that
Well,
Kyle Mayers was going onto the back foot. They kept a little bit low, so he'd have to be careful going back onto the back foot.
I said the physio, but of course he's the massage therapist.
So a good tight line has been bowled by Karim Magor. He has picked up 2 for 36, so maybe they would have changed. They run out on the scorecard.
I always thought it was a stumping, but you know.
So it's
I would
63 for 5. Kyle Mayers is on 24. There's Mayers going onto the back foot. You will have to be careful. He gets a quicker delivery on the stumps, and going onto the back foot, it might be chopped LBW in front. But coming around the wicket, it might be. We'll have to pitch in line. Going onto the back foot, looking to turn it, came off the pad. Over is completed, a tight over completed by Karim Magor. Barbados 163 for 5.
This is where you would need all your bowlers out there, the Leeward Islands, but unfortunately the captain is off the field, Thomas is off the field, and of course Durham, he has not bowled well, and they have to continue trying with Karim Magor, who's picked up 2 wickets so far, and but the Leeward Islands shortlisted in terms of bowlers, but nevertheless putting up a fight here. Barbados, on the other hand, they are looking to keep their wickets intact.
So Spencer will continue from that far end. And the double header in the first of the 2 games that should be played in the football field. First game has started. And Barbados picking up a single with the first delivery of the over from Spencer from the far end. 164 for 5. Need another 65 runs to win. And if Barbados do win, they come in second place. Spencer would want to prevent that from happening. And this Mayers is coming across his stumps and heaving it into the onside, a vacant area, and down towards the boundary for 4. He knew that that's the line that Spencer would have been bowling. He came across his stumps and just whipped it down through back of the square for 4.
That's a free hit. There's a long on and the deep mid wicket in place. And once it's straight on the legs of Mayers, you could consider that to be a free hit.
This time with a fuller delivery on the off stump. Mayers was coming across and played a bit late, taken behind by the keeper. So with that boundary, the number of runs remaining has reduced to 61. Okay, Kyle Mayers is on 28. So he comes up from the far end of Spencer. And he was coming across the stumps, looking initially to play into the onside and checked his shot and just pushed it down to the acting captain Casey Carty, who moved around to his left from extra cover. And there was no chance of a run.
61 to get still. Good way off with 5 wickets down, but
that's a wide. Will be signaled wide by umpire Patrick Gostard, because he realized that Mayers was coming across his stump and he pitched it even wider and went off the pitch. He almost probably could have been a number 1, but it went wide of the crease. Wide has been signaled. So the tactic of bowling wide up outside the off stump, that has caused a few wides to the Leewards. Spencer will continue from that far end. So it's 169, so 60 runs away from victory. Leewards need to pick up 5 wickets.
the only thing this wide bowling has brought to the Leeward Islands so far, some wides, some extras to the scoreboard. We have not seen any of the wides bringing them any wickets.
There's Mayers coming across the stump again, getting a short delivery, slow. Probably was playing a bit too early and has got it down into the offside to bring up the end of the over. At the end of it, the latest score here at Warner Park, 169 for 5, Barbados. Carrimago will continue. 55 overs have been completed. Barbados require another 60 runs. So Go is in the middle of a long spell. Since Cornwall has left the field, he has been given the responsibility of bowling from this media center end, bowling a delivery on the onside. And Matty Ford looking to sweep, missed it. The keeper did well to stop it, preventing a possibility of a bye. $169 for 5.
Nah,
And Ford is hustling to for the first run, but the fielder, the emergent substitute fielder, landed forward down on the cover point boundary, came in quickly. And they only got a single, so Barbados doing it in singles. 170 for 5. Need another 59 runs. 4 balls to Mayers. We'll get another easy single. This time into the offside. So I've seen 2 singles so far in the over from Carrie Mago, 171. So it's 58 required by Barbados. And he'll get another single. Probably they will be played down into the third man area. The fielder running across to his left from back of the point, made a tumbling save, but couldn't prevent the single. Another run to the score. It's gone on to 172. As go balls to Mayers. Mayers drive in the air, and it will go over extra cover and down towards the boundary for 4 to bring up the end of the over. And at the end of it, the latest score here at Warner Park, Barbados 176 for 5. After some words from your Smitten, you hear the voice of Carlisle Powell.
Well, it's 175 for 6, and Barbados just needed another 54 runs to win this match. And, you know, Durham has been a major disappointment, not just in this match, but in this year's tournament. And you would have thought that here's a situation where the captain, one of your leading bowlers, is off the field, and one of your main spinners cannot put up his hand. And he's been kept out of the attack because he has not been good. And so 54 runs needed. And Barbados now looking to get these runs. But I say, welcome back, Carlisle.
And a chance going down right away. Was struck back firmly. And the bowler was not able to hold on to it.
I think he was looking to take evasive action there. Got his hands to it. More self-preservation than anything else.
You're taking the hit, you might as well take the catch.
Well, I agree with you. It seems as though he might have picked up a finger injury. It might have just stung him, really. He seems to be okay.
Just says that you have to be alert.
Flash that outside the off stump. It's Graves bowling, of course.
Remember, Massive Ford was given 2 chances in the first inning and made 100.
Yes, certainly. And so he started with at least 1 chance. They need to get him out. He scores quickly.
Need to get 5 batsmen out.
Well, most definitely. But Graves stepping out and playing it out to cover. And that's good work there on the cover boundary. Seems as though Graves is in a bit of distress, though, with one of those fingers. So Carlisle, the last match, well, all the other matches would have come to a completion in this year's tournament, and just the last one in the queue. Of course, this match being a day-night match, the other matches being day matches, they would have finished some time ago. One on the second day and one on the third. turned into the onside. This could be 2 runs.
Should be 2 runs.
Easy to. Played for it. Just came across and worked it into the onside, into the mid-wicket region. And picked up an easy 2 as Landerfoot was way back on the long on boundary. Steps out, drives back to the bowler. He plucks it from the air. Ball driven into the pitch. Think you could chance it with Durham at this stage, Carlisle?
Yeah, he's picked the ball. I would give him the ball. I'm not picking you as a pro and then hiding you. Not at all. I pick you as a pro, I bowl you. And then the selectors would have to make a determination as to whether or not he's good enough. But you don't pick somebody as a professional, send them into the game and then say, listen, I can't use you for the reason for which you were picked. Makes no sense.
And it has made a big difference here, the fact that he is not bowling and has not been delivering. Could have made a big difference in the game, especially with Cornwall off the field.
But that is another problem that has to be addressed. Because Cornwall had picked up the first 2 wickets and then picked up a 3rd wicket and left the field. So he has not been available to his team in a situation where they wanted him as a potential wicket taker and as somebody who can deliver a lot of overs. You wanted him on the field of play, but he's off the field and has been off for a long time.
Not only that, as captain, and of course, the captaincy could make a difference in terms of strategy. But as we would have discussed earlier on, Leeward's really hamstrung by the fact that he has been off the field for quite some time. And as you rightly said, it's a situation that needs to be addressed going forward. If you cannot hang around for 4 days in a cricket match, then you should not be playing 4-day cricket. This one is played down to wideish long off for a single. But having said that, though, the Leeward Islands would have played themselves into this situation, scoring 99 when they batted the second time. .182 for 5. 18 runs away from 200, and then you add 18 to 29. That's another 47 runs needed. Goa has picked up 2 wickets, but he's not the type of bowler you would expect to run through a batting order. He has been very useful. Here is one bottom edged into the onside for a single.
Clever bowling by Goa. He saw him coming and just tucked him up a little bit.
He's done a very good job here, though. But what he really needs is support. So Carlisle, I would have thought that I would have been in bed by now. this match has gone on much longer than I anticipated.
Yeah, at one point we were thinking that, okay, should be over fairly quickly. Leewards overnight had lost 8 wickets for 76, but they batted this morning for what, another 7 overs, took the score to 99, and Barbados have been methodically making inroads into this target. They're looking for 229. They're close, within touching distance. It's under 50 now. It's 183 for 5.
Some 46 runs away.
And what is that? 8 overs plus the mandatory 15?
15 years. Definitely no calling off today. It's a question of how many overs would be bowled before the target is reached or before Barbados is bowled out. I think I'll go with the first one. So it's flashed into the offside up to extra cover for single. Watford is there though. The runs are going to come fairly quickly. He's going to play shots.
I have to give a lot of credit to Kyle Myers, the way in which he has played, though, because he too can be a shotsman, but he has been very restrained, purposefully guiding his side towards his 229 for victory.
Yes, most definitely. And we spoke of his experience a little earlier on, and he's really showing it today. Wide, and wide signal also. Of course, this is what we would like to see the more experienced senior pros do, really putting their hand up.
I can't agree with this line which is being bowled here by Graves. He too should be looking to take wickets, because, listen, with 7 overs and 5 balls left plus 15 overs, if Barbados are there batting, they will get these runs.
Most definitely. Single into the offside up to cover. Light Brown quickly recovers and sends a good strong throw in, and the over comes to an end. The only thing this wide bowling has produced so far, Carlisle, are wides, extras.
It's not the end of the over, though.
Oh, sorry. Just the exchange for the left-right right-hand combination. But I was saying the only thing this over, this wide negative bowling, wide of the off-stump bowling has achieved is giving Barbados some extras at times.
I agree. Leewards are not going to win the game unless they take wickets. So this line of attack is not going to help them a great deal.
What we have seen the batsmen for Barbados doing, Drakes in particular, they were moving across, and the bowlers were going wider and wider.
Eight wides have been bowled so far in the inning.
This one is outside the off stump.
That's not going to get wickets. And you're going to have to bowl a lot of those to bowl the next 22 and a half overs to prevent Barbados from winning.
Spinner though, he has been attacking the stumps.
Well, maybe the plan is for him to attack and hunt for wickets and to drive up the scoring from the other end by bowling wide.
This one is played into the offside. It goes up to wideish mid-off, just a single. And umpire Jacqueline Williams has been busy moving from square to square. Really marches so soldier-like across the field. swinging. Carlyle, I guess you have to be very fit to be an umpire.
You should be.
Flash that outside the off stump, beating the edge, through to the keeper.
You see, that's one of the possibilities. When you attack the stumps, you give yourself the chance of inducing a foul shot and getting a wicket. At least giving yourself the opportunity to get a wicket. But when you bowl wide like that, they just leave them alone and you still manage to pick up 3 runs and over.
So 187 it is. Another 42 runs needed. Seven before the mandatory 15. Beats the diving figure of that's Spencer. Moving to his left at short mid wicket.
Partnership 30 very important runs.
Partnership, the 30 runs of course so far coming in 47 balls. So one played up to mid-on. Swept and swept well, swept down towards backward square, 4 runs. 4 runs to Mears. Takes the required amount now into the 30s.
Yeah, badly lined. Pitch outside the leg stump and more or less a free hit.
This one is thumped over long on for 6. My goodness. 4 followed by a massive blow. And Mears is saying, well, it's time for me to fly the long handle.
And he has gone up to 45. 31 required.
So just 2 blows. Over the wicket now for Gore. And this one is turned into the onside. But a very good over there for Barbados. 11 runs coming from that over. Even at this stage, you sense a reluctance to go back to Durham, who was selected in this team to bowl. And you would have thought that by now they might have brought him back for an over 2. In fact, Go has had to shoulder the burden, shoulder the responsibility. Played up to cover by Ford. Quick single. Thinking of a second, it's not on.
I wasn't overly excited by what I saw from Doran in the game that he played here. Nor did the exploits of Hayden Walsh excite me. So to think that coming back to Doran would produce some kind of magic, I think that was a bit of a long shot.
Well, you mentioned earlier that he's a professional, he's fit to bowl. So at least you go back to him. Not that much is expected, you never know. But coming into next season, Leewards certainly would have to do some rethinking.
There is some cricket coming up though. In June, early June, there will be the Leewards T20 in Antigua. What you really want to see is the longer format being played.
Most definitely. Edge, and is he caught, is he? My goodness, magnificent catch there by Kadeem Henry, the substitute keeper. Moving to his left and taking it inches from the ground. And Mayers goes back. Caught, brilliantly caught. Off the bowling of Graves for 45. But too little too late, is it?
It's never too late while the batting side is still hunting for runs. You know, but it's a really good catch. But it's not just the catch. We're going to look at it again. Look at the movement of the keeper, Henry. You're not seeing it from this angle, but we'll get it from the other angle. Look at the movement of Henry while the ball was coming towards him. And you see what made the catch so very special. Look at him. He started to move, and then he put in the dive. You know, you don't want your keepers just to stand up and dive. He had good movement before, then he put in the dive. Nice catch to him. And this is what can happen when you attack the batsman. When you give yourself an opportunity rather than bowling so very wide of the stump. Graves gave himself an opportunity, and they got the wicket there, which was an important wicket. Mayers had made 47. He had been so very patient at the crease and had taken Barbados right on the brink. He's 199 for 6 now. A couple more wickets and they can start getting nervous.
Especially if they could get the wicket of Ford. But any wicket would do now for the Leewards. It exposes at least one end. Suggests to me that Henry would have done some keeping before. But Leeward still fighting. 199 for 6. Still some runs to be had. Another 30 runs. Barbados. New batsman, of course, Warwican. Bowls left-handed, bats right. Warwican goes across.
Now this time it is called wide, but I want to say that again. Because this time it seemed to have been inside those lines. But the replay will tell us.
Oh.
Marginal.
No, it's
umpire's
wide.
call.
It's a wide. You say umpire's call. It was outside the line. I think the umpire made a very good call there, Carlisle.
Something I want to look at here. Justin Graves, his value to the Leewards, not just in terms of his ability to bat and to score runs and to occupy the crease. But bowling, he's in his 16th over. Only Kareem Agor has bowled more overs in this inning than Justin Graves, who not only batted and made a century, but has had to bowl some long spells for the Leewards. On the other hand, O'Shane Thomas, who was picked to bowl, has only bowled 2 overs.
And notwithstanding the fact that Graves has also picked up 3 wickets in the first innings, and he now has picked up another one.
And also, good stop there by Light Brown at extra cover and receiving the applause of all the fielders. Also, Daniel Doran, who was picked to bowl, has only sent down 4 overs. Cornwall has been off the field for quite a while, but even so, he has picked up 3 for 32 from 14 overs. This is where you have to look at the players who you select. Are they doing the job that you have selected them to do?
Steps out and drives into the offside and gets a single. So there you had it. And it's not only in this match we have seen Graves putting in long spells.
He must be fit.
Very fit. In the match against Guyana, we saw him bowl 12 overs on the trot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is what could be described as a naughty dab outside the off stump to 1 by Mawikan, lucky not to have gotten an edge. So over comes to an end, and the score at the end of that over is 202 for 6. Another 27 runs, another 4 wickets. And Carlisle, based on what you've been saying, had Cornwall been out there, for example, it could have made a big difference.
Absolutely, because he would have been bowling. And he's a wicket taker.
Definitely. So doing a disservice to his team as captain. And it's not just that he has had to leave the field today. It's a regular thing. Play back on the offside. The bowler tumbles across and saves any run. On the other hand, Durham has been out there. But you've seen in the last couple of matches, they have been afraid to go to him. The matches he would have played here. But Kareem Go, on the other hand, who was initially selected to bat, has had to put in a long spell. This one is wide, stay down to short third man.
Had he left it, it probably would have been called wide. He chased it.
Played into the offside, it goes up to cover, another run, 203.
26 needed.
The end of this over, Gary Pemberton will replace me and he'll be taking it home. I would suspect this would be my final stint of this match and of this year's tournament. Tournament, of course, coming to an end. Followed us another one, and another very wide delivery gets back onto it and gets it into the offside.
Got to be looking to bowl at Warwick, and he has to back himself, carry Mago, to pick up this wicket. Wide again.
Closer to the stumps, but wide also, but no shot offered by the batsman this time as the over comes to an end.
And the Go has completed his 18th over and has picked up 2 for 57. Cornwall 3 for 32 from 14. Barbados are just another 26 runs away from victory. 62 overs having been bowled in this inning. They're 203 for the loss of 6. Warwick is on 1. Matthew Ford is on 16. Good evening, Gary.
Good evening, Carlisle. And only a matter of time before this game is completed, whichever way it might go. But Barbados seems to be in front. They just need a few more runs to win. Leewards would have to pick up 4 wickets. But you must question the tactics of the Leewards team. The wide bowling and the type of field that they have been setting for the last 45 minutes or so. And the delivery that Graves with the ball closer to Kyle Mayers would be able to get his wicket. He got his wicket in the first innings as well. And that was an excellent catch by the substitute keeper, Henry. And he should be proud of that. I think it's better than the one that Jamal Hamilton took yesterday to dismiss Jakes. So Graves continues to bowl wide of the off stump. So this time we have 2 fielders on the on. And the field at mid wicket is deep. So he still cannot stop a single if the ball is pushed into the onside. Maybe they're trying to save the boundary. But Leewards would have no one else to blame but themselves. They batted poorly in the second inning. So we will try once more from that far end. Another wide delivery. And Forders coming across the stumps looking to play it into the onside. Came from the inner portion of the bat. And they got a single just on the edge of the square. Barbados inches closer, 1 run closer to the target. So just 25 runs away. Mel Warwick, who has some capabilities with the bat. Made 29 in the first inning. So acting captain Casey Carty having a conversation with the bowler Graves. Let us see if there's going to be a change as a result of that discussion. Fielder down on the boundary at long off has been asked to come in 3/4 of the way. So you have 2 fielders at point, one at forward, but one at point and one at backward. You have a cover on the boundary, cover point, extra cover, and a deep mid off. So they're going back to the 8 fielders on the offside. Another wide delivery. Taken behind by the keeper. So we saw with that shot where when Mayers was out caught, Kadeem Henry had to move away to his left. And if there was a first slip, it might have been a straightforward catch for the first slip. The Leeward still not seem to be having intention of having a fielder maybe at first slip instead of having the 2 fielders at backward point. But Graves will continue from the far end, so maybe that's the discussion they would have had at the dinner break, that they will bowl wide of the off stump. So Barbados are just 25 runs away from victory and 25 runs away from coming runner up, as the delivery was turned to the onside and the bowler had to run all the way down to forward a square. If there was a field on the onside, it probably could have prevented a single. And Graves would not have had to exert all that energy to run all the way down to forward a square. The batters went to for a single, 205 for 6, 24 runs away. And Ford, who made 120 in the first innings, he would have struck some 9 sixes. Struck a 6 to bring up his century off the bowling of Cornwall. Barbados just need another 24 runs to win. Leewards would have to pull something out of the hat to get the remaining 4 wickets before they score the 24 runs. Another wide delivery. Ford was looking to charge Graves. He saw him coming, dug it in short. The ball came from on the edge. The keeper came quickly around. So Karim Henry has done an excellent job as he substitute keeper. As the 2 other keepers are unavailable due to injury. And he was asked to do duties behind the stumps. He has effected excellent catch and a stumping. Not a conventional type though. As Graves will continue from that far end. And it'll be another easy single. As a matter of fact, he was thinking about the second. Fielder came in quickly. That's light brown off of the extra cover boundary over. He's completed another single to the total, and Barbados inching closer. Just 23 runs away from a victory, 206 for 6.
And a lot of time to do it, Gary. The board is still showing 3 overs and then the 15 mandatory overs in the last hour. So a lot of time to get these runs. Barbados just need another 23.
So Ford is still there. He's on 18. He's faced some 33 deliveries, and Oregon is on 2. Caramago will continue this long spell. As I said, he started the bowl after the captain Cornwall left the field. He bowled 1 over in the first session, and in the second session he had 9.4 overs, and now he's in his 18th over. So he has bowled some 7 overs and 2 balls since the dinner break, and he got a wicket. Got a wicket of Boucher and also Jakes. So Ford is on 18, will be facing up to Kerry McGoy, bowling around the wicket. And that will make it 1 run closer to the target. 22 runs required. And I'm sure once they get in the teens, you might see Ford looking to clear the fence. He's on a 19, so he's had a good game. Made a century in the first inning. He didn't pick up a wicket, but he contributed with the bat. And he's on 19 again in the second. So Barbados won the toss on day 1 instead of the Leewards. Leewards made 444 for 9. Barbados in reply made 315. Leewards in the second innings 99. And Barbados now just 22 runs away from a victory that will take them up to number 2 in the standing. There was Warwick coming across system, maybe thinking about playing a shot into the onside, but they just pushed it down into the offside. On the offside you have a backward point, cover on the boundary. Short cover, extra cover on the mid-off. So just the 1-1 coming from the over so far, but Barbados not going to be worried. They'll be worried if they start losing wickets. 207, 22 runs away from victory, Barbados. Oregon picked up 7 wickets in the Leeward's first inning, so that over has come to an end. Over number 64, 207 for 6.
And Kareem Ago has just finished bowling his 19th over. And I have to keep repeating this, even if I sound like a stock record. O'Shane Thomas, the big pace bowler, has only sent down 2 overs. Daniel Doran who was picked for his bowling as well, has only sent down 4 overs. And in comparison, here you have Gore, who was sent down 19 overs. You see, in situations like these, you really need your bowlers to come to the fore. And so you needed to be able to say to the captain, Cornwall, listen, this is your time. We want you to send down some overs and go hunting for wickets for us. But he's off the field. Daniel Doran, who was only sent down 4 overs up to now, is back on the ball. And he would be hoping that he'll be able to finish the 2025-40 season looking good on a positive note, because he really has not inspired so far in this game.
Maybe picking up a couple of wickets in this over and put some pressure on Barbados, but he has not bowled well, so he would have to do something extraordinary for Leewards to win this game. Barbados just 22 runs away from victory. And the 65-run or a 60-run 10th wicket partnership when Barbados batted certainly has hurt the Leewards, or one of the factors that would have hurt the Leewards.
And biggest factor being Leeward's batting. 99 all out in the second inning after 444 in the first inning. That was not great.
So poor batting. Ford batted well in the first. And there's a chance, no, but chance of a run up, but the captain, Carty, did a good save. He came around quickly, stopped it, but couldn't keep it close to him. He went away from him, and the Ford was looking for the single. Rorican was not interested, but he went far enough from him for Ford to recover and get back in his ground. So the total remains on 207 for 6. Gray just had a quiet word with Casey Carty. So Gray is saying to Carty, let us exchange. I think I'm quicker and better than you in that extra cover position. Carty was not in agreement initially, but then he thought about it and decided that he will go to backward point, and Graves has gone down to extra cover. That has not prevented Ford to get another single. So inching closer, 208, 21 runs away from victory for Barbados. We're in over number 65. Durham is bowling. He's a 5th over from that far and none for 17. Change in the field. Fielder down on the cover boundary, has been asked to come in cover. So Durham would want to pick up 2 wickets, 3 wickets, 4 wickets. Try and leave a good taste in the Leeward supporters. Another flat and fast delivery. That's the way he has been bowling. A few overs that I've seen, flat and fast. Maybe doesn't have the confidence to flight because he has not been bowling well for the season. He was left out in a game, but he found his way back into playing 11. The over is completed. Just 1 run coming from it. 208 for 6. Barbados 21 runs away. So it's about 7:15 in the evening here in Basti on a Saturday. Go will continue. Ford will continue to play tight for Barbados. He's on 20. Warwick has faced 14 deliveries. He's a non-striker. He's on 2. So this will be the final over before the start of the mandatory 15 overs. So Go has been able to keep things tight in this over so far. 3 dot balls, but what he would need is to pick up wickets, because keeping things tight would not put any pressure on Barbados. They're only 21 runs away from victory. And Ford, maybe he's lining up Carry Mago. 4 deliveries, he has pushed forward. Let us see what will be his response with this delivery. Looking to force into the offside. Fielded well by the bowler, moving across to his left. Also had the youngster Light Brown at extra cover, moving to his right. So 5 deliveries, no runs have been scored. Another excellent bit of fielding by Karima Goes. You can see the difference between Goa and Doran. Doran has not been feeling well to his own bowling. Karima Go did 2 excellent pieces of fielding in that over.
Very much so, and kept it down to a maiden over. Yes, really putting in a good, strong, long performance here for the Leewards. Sent down 20 overs and picked up 2 for 58. We've come to the final drinks break, we hope, of this game. 208 for the loss of 6. Barbados are looking for another 21 runs to win. And the Leewards, if they are to win this game, must get another 4 wickets.
So yeah, back in the final stage of this encounter between Leewards and Barbados. Barbados just require another 21 runs to win. Leewards needs 4 wickets. And Kadeem Henry standing up to the stumps to the spin of Durham outside the off stump. think he has done a very good job for Leewards. He called to do something that he didn't expect that he'll be doing when he showed up here this afternoon. And so that will be another single. One of the youngsters who are substituting on the field made a stop with his boot. So Cornwall, Thomas and Joel Andrew, they're all off the field. And would have been struck on the hand by trying to stop a delivery from Thomas that was wayward down the onside. And Hamilton was struck in the head by a short delivery from Cumberbatch. And he left the field. He was substituted under the concussion protocol. And he and Walsh came in. So Ford is going to quickly through for the first run, thinking about the second. But Hayden Walsh came in as a substitute for Hamilton, but he couldn't bowl because based on the rules, the swap must be like for like. So maybe he could have done some keeping. But not allowed to bowl. So Barbados 210, so they are 19 runs away from victory. So they are now in the teens, Carlisle, and getting closer and closer.
And in no hurry to do it. They know that when they win this game, if they are to go on to win it, that there is a price check of $100,000 waiting for them. So why take chances?
So Kerry Mago will continue his long spell. So he started before the break, and he completed the over that started before the break when he got the wicket of Jakes, and he has continued. So he has been bowling now since the resumption at 6 o'clock. Casey Carty is having a quiet word with Kerry Mago, and so he's going to come down on the long on fence, and he's a straight long off, almost behind the umpire. And Matthew Ford is driving. Good effort by the youngster. You cannot fault the youngster Light Brown for the effort that he has put in the field, Carlisle.
No, he has shown that he is happy to be here. He didn't expect to be here. Probably received a call from somebody in the team to say, listen, come to St. Kitts. We'll need you.
Go will continue. And Ford is...
Or he might well have been here just looking at the game.
Yeah, he probably was, yeah.
Now, his teams were due to play today, so he missed those games. He plays for Easterns and he plays for Highlights.
Well, I'm sure even though he would have missed those games, he would be happy to
Absolutely.
be appearing here at Warner Park in the regional competition.
And I tell you what, Highlights 2 were playing against Easterns today, so probably he said, listen.
Well, that's a good thing that I'm in St. Kitts. I would have had to make a decision as to which team.
Well, his team is Highlights, though.
Yeah. So,
the Cricket Association in Nevis has a special rule. If you're 17 and under, you can play for any team. You're not restricted to playing for one team.
So Go will continue delivery on the onside. He will get at least 1 Ford has come too quickly. Keeper moving away to his left, couldn't collect, but he had to run down to find leg. Not a single. Leg by has been signaled. 211. And it is good because they allow the youngsters to play lots of cricket. Sometimes they play 2 games in one afternoon. And it's good for their overall development, making them stronger and fitter. Some adjustment to the field. Mikhail Louis would have some reflections to do on his performance in this game, and maybe the season in general, as Go will go around the wicket.
He got over 400 runs, so he's not a bad season in terms of the runs. But the form that he was in and the starts that he got, you figure that he should well have been over 500.
Yes. The goal will continue. Final delivery. And he has been able to keep things tight. Just the 1 run off the over, but Barbados just need 18 runs, just 3 sixes. And we saw Ford would have struck some 9 sixes in the first inning.
And the highest score in the inning so far is 45 to Kyle Myers. Drake's getting 42. And these Barbados batsmen, they have come out and batted with some purpose. The 45 from Myers took him some 86 balls. And we know that he's somebody who likes to hit the ball. So it shows the commitment, it shows the desire, it shows that their will to win cannot be questioned.
Yes. So the Leewards just have to defend 18 runs if possible. We're seeing some strange field set in by the Leewards team. The acting captain, in conjunction with the bowlers, have been setting some field that's very strange. Now see the captain is down at a straight long off. Straight as you can get. There's also a fielder down at a wide long off. And there is a cover on the boundary. Those are the fielders out on the offside. Durham has not distinguished himself this season. He's bowling from the far end. His bowling is 7th over, none for 16.
I think the fielder down there straight it looks like go. Captain is here at backward point.
Yes, the captain is there, so that's where it's go down at. Yeah, go is down at a straight long off. When Go was bowling, the captain was down here at the straight long off position.
I think they picked up that Ford likes to hit straight, very straight. They're giving him the challenge. You want to hit straight? Go ahead. But we're going to put a man here, and you're going to have to clear that fielder down at straight long off.
So 4 dot balls have been delivered by Durham from that far end. 5th one as he just pushed down to Justin Graves that extra cover. So Leewards encouraging the bowler, hoping that he can pick up a wicket.
Only once, like
charging and whipping to the onside. A quick fielder coming in quickly. And the 2 youngsters, light brown, coming in from backward square, and the other youngster moving down, trying to stop it, but the over is completed. They got 1 run. So at the end of the over, 212 for 6. Barbados are 17 runs away from victory.
Yeah, it has taken them some time to get here, Barbados, but they're in no hurry. They know that they have a lot of overs. 17 to win. They have 12 overs to make that 17 runs.
So Go will continue. To 7 overs, none for 20. Casey Carty will continue with that field, a straight long off. So there are 6 fielders on the offside, 3 on the on. As Go will continue to bowl to Ford. He will get an easy single. No need to take any chances, just 16 runs now away from victory. And with a single, Ford has gone on to 23, 213. Warwican is on 3, comes into strike. Casey Carty comes to the mid-off position. And there is Warwican just pushing it back down the strip. He made a step across the off stump, thinking it was probably looking to play it into the onside. He just pushed it back on the strip. He's playing from the inner portion of the bat. We see the other team for the second game in the football league here in St. Kitts warming up down in the football area, football field. And there is Warwican looking to turn into the onside, looking for a single, but got it straight down to Spencer at the mid-wicket position. He fields. Just the 1 run coming from the first delivery, 2 deliveries remaining in the over. Kai Mago has done a good job for the Leewards, but he would have loved to pick up a few more wickets to put some pressure on Barbados. That has not happened, but I'm sure he could be satisfied with the way he delivered himself this afternoon with the ball, filling in for his captain. So the over is completed, 213 for 6 Barbados.
When I took a glance over at the first game, is it the second game or is it halftime?
The players for the second game are warming up, but I don't
Okay,
think
the first game is still on.
Yeah.
Seems like there's a female referee in charge of the game. Barbados 16 runs away from victory, 213 for 6.
So Durham will continue. So Ford will be satisfied with his performance with the bat. He's played for the West Indies in a shorter format. I'm sure with his performance in this year's competition, maybe thinking that he has an opportunity to play in the longer format. He's looking to charge Durham. He saw him coming and the bowler flat and fast. He has been bowling flat and fast most of the spell. So Ford will pick up another easy single. So the competition is slowly but surely coming to an end. And Guyana, they have retained the championship that they would have won last year, or 3 in a row. They won last year and the year before. It has been a long time since the Leewards would have won the championship. So they have some work to do if they have to get close. So they would have had some indifferent performances over the years. When you think that they're doing well, then the next game they go and they play a bad game, lose the match. They have not been consistent enough. And Durham, who has not been consistent for the season, pulled a delivery on the leg stump, another single. And with that single, total has gone to 215, so one delivery remaining in the over from Durham. So 14 runs away Barbados from victory. And I'm sure Ford will want to stay there until the end. We get another single. Single to bring up the end of the over. 216. Barbados just 13 runs away from victory.
Yeah, and going along nicely, taking their time about this. Still have a lot of overs. They have 10 overs to get 13 runs. So that's very much in favor of Barbados, and they've put together a good game here. They never lost their cool when the Leewards were making that 444 in the first inning, having sent them into bat. And even though they fell short by a distance, making 315, they came back out in the field when Leewards batted the second time around and did exactly what was required. They shut out the Leewards for a low 99. And gave themselves an excellent chance to win this game.
So go is continuing from this immediate center end, another easy single. 2 sixes away from victory Barbados. 217 for 6 wickets. Make that 218. Spencer at short mid wicket couldn't stop the single. 218, so 11 runs away. And Ford, who is on 26, has come into strike on the field. Casey Carty goes down to the straight long off. There's also the conventional long off position. There's a man down at long on. There's a mid wicket on the fence. So Ford is not going to be tempted. He's not going to be lured into playing a big shot. He knows that they only have 11 runs to get. And he's playing on bold.
Chopping it on.
Went outside the off stump, came from the inner portion of the bat, maybe playing a bit too cautious. And Ford has been dismissed. The Leewards picking up a 7th wicket.
And carrying him a go again. He has really put in a long, hard ball. You look at this. He was going back, trying to play this into the offside, chopped it from the inner portion of the bat and onto the stumps. And so a 7th wicket for the Leewards. And Barbados still need 11 runs for victory.
So good wicket for go. Maybe the batsman Ford was looking for the ball to move away outside the off stump, came back. Just held its own and came from the under edge of the bat and bounced on the ground and into the stumps. And Karima Go picking up his 3rd wicket. And Barbados losing the 7th wicket. They just have some 11 runs away from victory. And Ford is walking slowly off the field. Maybe a bit disappointed that he couldn't steady until the end. I wonder if the Leewards are thinking that it's still a chance. And once you're on the field, there's still a possibility. But Barbados, I'm sure, will still feel like they can win with 11 runs and 3 wickets in hand. If Karima Go can pick up another wicket in this over, then things can start to get interesting. So it's still not over yet until the last one is scored or the last wicket is taken. The batsman coming into the middle is Cumberbatch. So Cumberbatch would have assisted Raymond Simmons when Leewards were dismissed for 99. He would have gotten 3 for 17, and now he would want to assist Warwick in ensuring that Barbados win here this evening. 218 for 7. So Cumberbatch is left-handed. So for Cumberbatch, see the captain making some adjustment, or the bowler is trying to get the field right. So we have 5 fielders, 6 fielders on the onside, and just the 3 fielders on the offside. Hayden Walsh is at the point area, extra cover, and a mid-off. So there's 6 fielders on the onside, 3 on the off, and you have Javier Spencer at extra cover. You would have thought you might have won a better fielder to be at extra cover, not your opening bowler. Cumberbatch is defending. So I'm sure some of the spectators here, or some of them have been here for the entire match, looking at they've been here for the 4 days, looking at the encounter, hoping that Leewards can pull something. As Cumberbatch is just playing down into the offside to bring up the end of a successful over for Leewards, and Karima Go 218 for 7, still 11 needed for Barbados.
An important wicket, Gary. Not just because Ford is one of those nice, clean hitters, but because he had been so very patient in getting his 26 runs to help Barbados to get close to this victory target. And he's the man who had the power to clear the boundary quite easily. Not that many runs are needed. 7 wickets are down, they still need 11 runs, and they still have, 9 overs to make those 11 runs. And so what is important here is that Leewards have not given up. They have fought long and hard, and in the field, wish they had done some of this when they batted the second time around.
So Doran will continue from that far end. If he can pick up a wicket or 2, it will be good for his confidence. So he will be bowling from that far end, some adjustment to the field. We have 2 6 fielders on the offside. In a strange looking field, you have a short third man, backward point on the boundary, cover, extra cover, a wideish mid-off and a deepish mid-off. And Durham is bowling flat and fast on the off stump. Warwican, who has been there for some time, has faced some 28 deliveries. He's on only on 5. And he's looking to swing across the line of that delivery. Not outside umpire Gustard. He was coming across the stump.
Figure he got outside the line of the off stump.
And looking to swing into the onside. Shock on the pad. The umpire said not out.
Outside the line of the off stump.
So Durham bowling a delivery flat and fast on the stumps, keeping a bit low. And there was the Karamago running quickly around to his left and prevented the possibility of a run. Warwican is forcing but cannot pierce the offside field. 3 deliveries, no runs have been scored. Still need 11 runs Barbados. And Warwican is defending. Doesn't want to take any chances on it, no unnecessary chances. Durham to Warwican looking for the reverse sweep, misses, taken by the keeper. Over is completed, a tight over, maiden 218.
Over. And the Leewards continue to take wickets, continue to keep things interesting. Not a lot required by Barbados 11, but then the wicket column continues to grow. 7 wickets down now, 218 for 7. And so still a lot of overs left in the game.
So Go will continue. The bowling to Cumberbatch. Cumberbatch is not yet off the mark. Now we see another conference with captain, acting captain, the bowler, and the experienced Graves trying to figure out the strategy to get another wicket and to keep things tight. So we still have 2 fielders on the offside for the left-handed Cumberbatch. So he will go around the wicket to Cumberbatch. Goes down to Michael Louis at mid-off. Total remains on 218. So they have been on 218 for some time now. And Karamago is keeping a tight line just on about centre and leg stump. And Cumberbatch is unable to score. Delivery keeping a bit low, but he got bat on it. So you also would have to be careful. So Go will go into bowl to Cumberbatch. He's onto the back foot into the offside, thinking about the single. Good bit of shadowing. Good effort there by Spencer. Coming across to his left quickly
and Karamago
created some doubt in the batter's mind. He had to change the mind, and the fielding completed by Michael Louis. So good tight stuff in the last couple of overs by the Leewards. And it seems as though a goal has been scored on the football field and is driving. That's Cumberbatch. Another tight over. So the Leewards have been able to keep things very tight in the last few overs. Yes, they have put together a couple of maiden overs. But what they want to do is to pick up wickets. Another wicket here certainly will start to create some concerns. But Cumberbatch is to the measure of that last delivery. Another tight over, 218 still for 7 Barbados.
Yeah, Leeward's put in together a couple of very good overs here. Dot ball overs, maiden overs, and still no need to panic for Barbados. It's 218 for 7. You still have 7 overs left in the game, so that is still quite a bit of time. And Leewards will have to continue to take wickets if they are to win this game. They're not going to draw the game. Have to continue to take wickets.
Yes, they must pick up 3 wickets if they are to win the game. And Barbados need another 11 runs. Things have got a little tighter in the last few overs. Durham has been able to keep things tight. Warwican, who is normally someone who likes to go after the bowling, has been very, very quiet. And a few spectators are still here looking at this encounter, encouraging the bowlers, encouraging the fielders. And he's thinking about a single, but no, said Cumberbatch. As Spencer at short third man, just move across to his left, preventing any possibility of runs. The Leewards keeping things very tight. And he's playing against a wide delivery. Could have taken an edge, keeper collected. So every dot ball is being cheered by the few spectators, but they want wickets. Flat and tight on the off stump. Warwican defends. So he has faced 37 balls for his 5. Barbados still on 218. Looking for the reverse sweep. Good bit of feeling by Javier Spencer moving away to his left. If it had gone past him, it would have been into the boundary. But they got a single. And finally they are off of 218. So Warwican playing the reverse sweep. Got it around the corner for a single. 219, so there's 10 runs away from victory Barbados. So changing the field. Young light brown, who was down on the cover point boundary, has been asked to come into the point area. Forward of square on the offside. There's an extra cover. And the long off. Still have the fielder straight down at long off. And there's a conventional long off fielder. There's a cover on the boundary, extra cover point. And the short third man, not a short third man, it's a short fine leg. It's a left-hander, so it's a straight long on the leg stump. Good bit of keeping by Henry, moving nicely around to his left. Just a 1 run from the over, 219 for 7.
10 more runs needed by Barbados, but the Leewards will tell you that they just need 3 more wickets to win this game.
So some excitement is created on the football field. I think a goal was scored a few minutes ago. And the crowd is into the game of the football. So the spectators more in tune to what's happening in the football world than cricket these days. Football is a popular sport in St. Kitts. The fans will go out to look at the matches. Last evening the parking lot was full, Carlisle.
Very. And the streets outside.
And there is going to quickly for another single. 9 runs away, 220. So Warwican has moved on to 7. And Barbados inching closer to victory. And inching closer to collecting check prize money of $100,000 US. Cumberbatch, who is on 1, he's not yet off the mark. He has gone into strike. Carmago having a word with Casey Carty. Let's see if there's any change in the field. There is no change. So ball goes up, balls to Cumberbatch. Cumberbatch is easily in behind it. Things have gotten quiet in terms of runs scoring in the last 3 or 4 overs. Just 2 runs coming. But only 9 runs required by Barbados. That was a quicker delivery, but Cumberbatch was to the measure of it and pushed it back on the strip. Says Cumberbatch stretching a bit, but a bit stretching for that shot. Just pushed it down into the offside. One delivery remaining in the over from Kyle McGraw, and the leg stump will get at least a single. Good stop by the youngster, running away to his left and stopping it with the boot, just a single to bring up the end of the over. And Barbados 221 for 7.
Yeah, badly lined delivery, pitch outside the leg stump and worked away down to short, fine leg. Very good stop, because that could have yielded at least 2 had he not stopped it. 221 for 7 means that 8 runs are required in 5 overs.
And Graves continued to have a conversation with the acting captain Casey Carty, just to see what strategy they could use to get the 3 wickets remaining, because there's no way they're going to prevent Barbados from getting the 8 runs required if they have enough overs to get the runs required. And if Barbados cannot score 8 runs in the overs remaining, then they'll have no one else to blame but themselves. So the Leewards would have to pick up the wickets. They need 3 wickets. Durham need to redeem himself and pick up 3 wickets in this over, and then they'll forget about his performance at the first part of the season. But the way things have gone, it's still a good batting strip. Durham has been bowling flat and fast on the stumps, not been successful in terms of getting wickets.
And you notice that what the acting captain Carty has done, he has brought the youngster from the long on boundary to extra cover and sent the more experienced Kareem Ago down to long on.
Yes, so you need experienced fielders, or your better fielders on the boundary. Not to say that Light Brown is not a good fielder, but he's just a substitute. And just substituting because a few of the Leewards players are off the field. So Graves has now made a change again with his captain. He has gone to straightish mid wicket, and Casey Carty has gone to back of the square. He hit it in the air. It has gone over the long off area for a wonderful 6 by Cumberbatch, and Barbados now move to 227, just 2 runs away. What a wonderful shot by Cumberbatch.
Oh yeah, it was in the slot. Nothing behind it from Doran. He just came in and rested it down. And the batsman Cumberbatch, who I don't know if he expected to play in this game, if the 2 other players who had that emergency and had to go to the hospital were here. But he has played a good hand. He has had some wickets for Barbados. And here is he saying, listen, this game has gone on long enough. It's time for us to end it. And he struck that beautiful 6 straight. Even if the man had been on the boundary, he would have needed not just stilts. He would have needed a very tall bucket to get up there to take that.
So a replacement ball has been brought out. Just 2 runs remaining. And I'm sure that Cumberbatch may be looking to end it in this over. So Barbados just 2 runs away from winning here against Leewards, coming second in the 2025 4-day championship.
It gives us the opportunity, Gary, to say thank you to so many persons, starting with all the staff members, cameramen, producers, every in-house member of the 360 TV crew.
Yes, they have done a wonderful job over the season, covering the matches here in St. Kitts.
And they've been so easy to work with, Gary.
Yes, as always. So the one will continue from that far end. And the Cumberbatch looking to get a little bit more aggressive after that 6, looking to whip it into the onside, came off the pad maybe. Yes, looking to whip it. It was on the leg stump. We thought he would have missed out, because if they had gotten back on it, they would have gone away for 4. And that would have been the end of the match. on the onside, swinging over back of the square. That's the game for Barbados. Barbados have won here at Warner Park by 3 wickets, defeating the Leewards after winning the toss and inserting Leewards on the first day. Leewards made 444 for 9. Barbados in reply made 315. Leewards in the second innings had a poor outing, made 99 not out with a lead of 129. Gave Barbados 229 to win, and Barbados winning by 3 wickets and Cumberbatch ending the match in grand style.
Very good victory for Barbados. Congratulations to them. Things didn't look right after they had sent in the Leewards, having won the toss, and Leeward struck the 444. They probably felt that they didn't do themselves justice either when they only made 315. But what an incredible comeback to bowl out the Leewards for 99 and then charging to 233 for 7 wickets. Good win by Barbados. Congratulations to them. They have not only won the game, but they have moved up into the money. They have moved up to second spot.
Yes, so congratulations. So it was a pleasure bringing you the cricket live here from Warner Park. So thank you for listening. Thank you for joining. Thank you all of the commentators who I work with. It was a pleasure working with you guys. So the players coming down and they're doing the usual congratulations. And so the game here has ended. Barbados, they have won by 2 wickets over the Leewards. And we have come to the end of our broadcast here at Warner Park. And see you next time around.
All our viewers online, please stay tuned because we'll be bringing you interviews with Captain Craig Brathwaite and also the Leewards captain Cornwall. Stay tuned. We'll have those interviews coming up momentarily.
Yeah.
Tell me where you want me. Able clash between the Leewards and Barbados. I'm with Captain Rakim Cornwall of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Rakim, tough loss.
Can still think the guys fight really good. We keep losing wickets rapidly in the second innings. This is a trend that carrying on for the past two games. So we have to put the giant board now and see where we went wrong in the season and then try correct it next season.
And in addition to that, a couple of tough injuries on the team.
Yeah, tough injuries. This happened in cricket. Me myself haven't feel well for the past couple of days and still try to fight it, but in the end just cannot go anymore.
Well, it's the end of the season, and we want to say to you congratulations on your fourth place finish. And we wish you well next season. Looking forward to an even better season.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Captain Brathwaite, you came into the game in position number 3. You needed a win to catapult yourself into position number 2. And you did exactly that. Congratulations.
Thanks. Pretty proud of the team. Obviously coming back from obviously not getting first innings. You were putting on a big total there first innings. The way we fought back, I hope that you guys will learn from this and be even stronger and better for next year.
You fell short of the Leeward's first innings, 444, 350. You must have had a strong message for the team at the end of the day's play.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty clear that we were still in the game. I thought all the guys believed it. Obviously, yesterday, but last night we came on and really showed it. Ramon Sim was obviously leading the way with the ball. But obviously, Matthew Ford was outstanding with amazing, made 100 in the first half cricket. But yeah, I made sure I let the guys know that we can still win this game. I did that.
I have to ask you about Simmons. So he put in a strong ball when you know it.
Yeah, he was outstanding. He has a very bright future. So yeah, not surprised, but very happy for him to actually go this first of the
What about the team performance? Because at times Barbados were up and down. You finished the season strong, 2 wins to finish the season. But your assessment of the performance of Barbados in general?
Yeah, I think we had an okay season. For sure, the areas where we could do a lot better. But still happy with what we've seen. Obviously, it's a young attack in terms of boys these last 2 games. And to see how we went about it, in situations where we were a bit behind, it was good to see. Honestly, I believe it says a lot for the future of Leewards.
Congratulations again, Craig. And I'm going to invite Mr. Spencer to come forward now. He has a check that I'm sure you're going to be pleased to see the amount of the check. And he's going to hand over the check to you.
You see the picture, please.
Congratulations to you. That was, and of course, I'm happy to know that we're able to complete the tournament and that the victors in this game played some good cricket in the end. And I do look forward for West Indies to put in these kind of performances when we play against Australia in the upcoming series. Thank you again for being here.
Thanks.
And just one final question, Craig. I have to ask you about the pink ball. West Indies cricket brought back the pink ball this season, so everybody had a chance to play under the lights. You tell me about your experiences with the pink ball.
Yeah, obviously the pick ball is quite different to a red ball game. Just when it's under the lights, especially starting and facing the ball, it'll always be a challenge, and the ball tends to obviously do more, especially when it's hard and new at night. So that's the difference. You know, the last session is quite harder to bat. But it's a okay initiative. You know, we'll see how it goes in the future.
Craig, thank you very much once again, and congratulations once again.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. This is Cricket 360, and we have had the absolute pleasure and privilege of bringing you coverage from here in St. Kitts, starting way back towards the end of January. So, on behalf of all of our commentators, the producers, our camera crew, Carlisle Powell saying thank you.
Lovely. Ah, boy.